Good morning, everybody. It is 4 a.m. I feel like a morning disc jockey. Good morning, Vietnam. Okay, way too early and way too dark and quiet for all of that nonsense. So, welcome. Glad you're here. Thank you for coming. Little, well, dramatically different topic today. Different than what I would normally do, I guess. Yesterday's court was a bit dry, very low key, after what has really been just daily bombshells in the Lori Vallow prosecution. I had somebody ask me, why do you call her Lori Vallow? Because, technically, legally, if you will, she is Lori Daybell. Well, a couple of reasons why. Number one, because it was a BS marriage, in my opinion. Doesn't make it right, but it's my opinion. It was a BS marriage. A lot of people died for that marriage to happen, and I just don't think it merits. I don't think it merits an acknowledgement when you have to wipe out four human beings, good human beings, to make a marriage happen. I'm not sure that that's something sanctioned by God. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. Is I just think I think it's an afterthought. I don't think it's legitimate or realistic. I don't think that you kill your children and your spouse, and then you get on an airplane and go to Hawaii and frolic in the waves, and the whole world is saying, "Where are the children?" So I don't like to legitimize it because I think it's almost feels evil to me. Don't get me wrong. I don't go and consult psychics, for my guidance in my life. I don't get caught. I don't get, like I said, I don't get all bent out of shape when I see a upside down pentagram. But I do think evil comes from human beings, right? This is about as close to evil as you can get. If the only way that you can make your union with another person work is to wipe out two little kids and two spouses, it's not really a marriage, in my opinion. It's more of like a contract with the devil, if you will. So that's one reason. The other reason is, and you guys know me for a long time, the other reason is because I like to take their power away from them, the monsters in the world. And I'm talking about other human beings that cross those lines and harm other people. I don't like to give them their power. I like to make fun of them, and I like to turn them into cartoon characters and rob them of their fearsome nightmare that they deliver, and take that away from them. So the one thing Melanie Gibbs said, not that we can always believe what Melanie Gibbs says, but the one thing that Melanie Gibbs says, that Lori, she wants to be surrounded by her pretty things, and which I thought was such a mind numb. It was such a tone deaf. Was such a tone deaf interview, as she's talking about how much she loves Chad and what a good guy Chad is, and how much she loves Lori, and all Lori wants is to be surrounded by her pretty things. And I just wanted to shake Melanie Gibb and say, are you listening to yourself? These two people murdered four people. Four people. And you are reducing them to, she just wants her pretty things. Chad's a good man. No, Chad's not a good man. And no, Lori doesn't want to surround herself with pretty things. She's Beelzebub in the flesh. She destroyed her children, period. The little kids in her life that were looking to her for protection and guidance, she erased them. So they're not good people, Melanie. Whatever you think, they're not good people. All right. Enough of that, little temper tantrum I had. Well, it wasn't really a temper tantrum. So anyway, that's why I don't call her Daybell, because I don't want to legitimize it. I think, and I get other people's point of view. I've heard other people and their point of view that, the Vallow family doesn't want to claim this horrible woman. I respect that too. I get that. It's just different points of view. Good morning. You are too mean. Does anyone ever sleep? Of course. I'm awake and happy you're all here. Misery loves company. You are too mean. Hey, Bernard G. How are you? I am up early. I am up. Yes. I was asleep last night by about 7 o'clock. Literally. So 7 o'clock. Boom. It was lights out. So, yeah, I did wake up early. Hey, Justice will prevail. How are you? Good morning. Hey, DB. So, is this live pre-recorded? It is not pre-recorded. This is the real deal. All marriages are BS marriages to some degree. At one point or another, they become BS marriages, don't they? Yeah, marriages are a little bit like a little bit like a road out in, the desert in Death Valley. It's up and down and up and down. Some days are great. Some days it's the pits. Yep. So it is live. Yeah, DB. Absolutely. Okay. So I hope everybody's doing well this morning. And yes, in fact, it is incredibly early. And I'm going to tell you, I am a bit surprised that anybody's even here. I thought everybody would be fast asleep. So I'm glad that y'all are here. Okay, so this is a little bit different. The Lori Vallow Daybell trial. It has been a really difficult trial. The emotions have been horrific, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to own this. Okay, Judge Boyce, dude. You have got to do better. This nonsense. Hey, Cheated No More. How are you? No, I'm glad that you're here. That's awesome. Thank you. Judge Boyce is a trip. If you guys think he's a trip, put a 1. If you think he's doing just great, put a 2. Because I am really not happy with him. So what I'm referring to is Lori Hellis. So Lori, she calls herself the good, well, her people call her the good Lori. This woman is a professional attorney. Okay, she's not a crazy YouTuber, right? She's not, she's just a normal person. And so she is attending the trial, and she's an attorney. She actually has filed motions with Judge Boyce before. I mean, not ones that would make him happy, but nevertheless, this is a well-educated, rational human being. Okay? And she's been going to the trial every day. So she's sitting in the trial one morning, and the next thing she knows, the bailiff comes and escorts her out of the courtroom. It's before, they're getting started. And she's like, what in the world is going on? They're like, well, you took pictures of Lori in the courtroom. And she's like, no, I didn't. You can't make this up. It's like little kids. She had to give them her phone so that she could prove to that boy, I don't want no pictures. She had to prove that she didn't take a photograph or video or these photographs or anything. She took nothing. She's just sitting in court, living her best life, just minding her own business, waiting for the day to start. And they take her phone and they go, oh, look, it's just a picture of her little kitty cat. Oh, I mean, I don't know that, but I'm kind of making a joke out of it. But So clearly the proof is there that she's not, surreptitiously playing 007 and getting a picture of the sainted priestess. She wasn't doing that. And then listen, that she had to have a meeting with Judge Boyce. She got called down to the principal's office for a meeting with the principal. It's just ridiculous, y'all. This is ridiculous. So I don't know what Judge Boyce's problem is, but, shake it off, Judge Boyce, because you look like who's going to say what he looks like? He looks like an a-hole, doesn't he? He looks like he's, got a thing for Lori, and he's just trying to make life easy for the priestess herself. So, I don't mind, saying I'm more than miffed about this whole Judge Boyce thing. He needs to get over himself. And I, here's the deal. He made a big deal about cameras in the courtroom. And I mean, it's like we're living back in the dark ages. Justin Lum went and bought like a regular typewriter to take to the courtroom to make a point for how about the drawings, the sketches that are coming out of the courtroom. I'm not being mean about the sketch artist. I'm not. This is an art form that hasn't been around since the 60s and the 70s. This is old school. And so people are not really, this isn't, the best artists are not going to get attracted to, ooh, I think I'll be a courtroom sketch artist. Why do you need a courtroom sketch artist? We now have cameras and they work just fine. We even have whole TV stations that's what they do, is they bring the court to you. And Judge Boyce says, nope. This is the Mormon religion, and we're going back to the 1700s, and that's how it'll be. It is so proclaimed and ordained by the holy Judge Boyce. So the whole thing is just very silly, the way it's being done. And I have said, yeah, Lori Hellis that's just silly. And here's another part, Justice Jane. Of all the people that you're going to choose to pick on, you're going to pick on Lori Hellis as if she has not been in the fray. She made a living in the fray. She's perfectly capable of standing up to the likes of Judge Boyce, no matter who he thinks, he is. So it is true. Let me say this. It is definitely true. He runs his court as he wishes. That's no question about that. But he's really coming off as fairly simplistic and short-sighted. He's not really presenting himself as an overtly, I hate to say it, he doesn't seem to be very intelligent in terms of thinking quickly. The judge in Murdoch's case, Alec Murdoch. That judge inspired confidence. Do you know what I mean? Because this look, when you get these attorneys together and these crazy criminals, and all that, things happen. The courtroom is unpredictable. That it's just the mixture of personalities. There's not anything bad with it. It's just what it is. And he had such a presence. His reaction to things was just kind of amused and just not gonna get sucked into the madness. He just sort of is like you sitting there watching your little puppies play or your little kittens play. You're watching and they're cute and you're kind of like, well, that was amusing, but now get away from tearing up my chair. No, don't chew up my shoe. But you're not making grand proclamations. From this day forward, there will be no chewing in the courtroom. of Judge Boyce. It's just silly. Just pick up the shoe and say no and move on, right? Just move on. So that was sort of the personality that you got. The Alec Murdaugh courtroom, while there was certainly a lot of really big personalities happening. I mean, Harpootlian himself is sort of a state treasure. The judge he just sat up there sort of amused by all of this foolishness, and he would make, he kept everything in order, and he didn't let these big personalities get out of hand and get out of control, but he also didn't feel the need to protect the public from themselves. Oh my gosh, this information is just so disturbing, we have to protect the people. Come on, boys. Believe it or not, boys, there's people out there that are more intelligent, better educated than you are. That's reality. So it's silly for you to sit up there like, oh, you children, you don't need to know. So it's very, it's a good contrast between the two judges and which one inspires more faith, which one inspires more confidence in the process. What came out of the Alec Murdaugh courtroom, people felt good about. There was no kind of curious, one eyelid, eyebrow raised going, oh, that doesn't pass the smell test. That looks a little shady. Judge Boyce, your courtroom, the things going on with your attorneys, you look shady. Boyce, your courtroom looks shady. People don't trust what's happening in your courtroom, Boyce. All right. So Lori Hellis, no fear that this woman can't handle what they're doing. She's good. I promise you. He's just, he's silly. This is very silly. Part of me wonders, is it lack of faith? That he doesn't have faith? That Judge Boyce is not sure that their manner of justice, their professionalism, that it would pass the smell test when you put them like when you put Lindsay Blake and Rob, you put them up against attorneys across the United States of America. Are they all on the same level? I'm sure they are. Don't get me wrong. I'm not questioning them. I think Lindsay Blake has done a great job. No, I think they're absolutely on level with other attorneys across the country with the same amount of experience and training. I think, though, that they don't have the confidence. I think Judge Boyce is afraid that they're going to come off looking silly. And isn't it interesting? The very thing that we fear is what ends up happening. Isn't that cool? It happens all the time. So remember, we do it in our head first, and the body follows. So I think he is fearful of looking foolish. I think he's fearful that they do not measure up to the rest of the country in terms of training and professionalism. And sadly, the choices he's making are demonstrating that. Judge Boyce, you'd have been 100% better off to let the cameras in and turn your focus and attention to keeping your attorneys in line, and then you would have come off looking very professional. But the way it is now, you just look silly. You just look very silly. I can promise you this, Judge Boyce. People have recorded that courtroom. They are sitting in those outflow rooms, one of them in Rexburg and the other there at the courthouse. They're recording it. You may not know it, but they're recording it. It's going to come out. Just like there's recordings of Barry Morphew's hearings. They're out there. So it's just silly. It was bad, Kresha, welcome. Interestingly enough, we're talking about your drama, Kresha. Weird world you woke up in, isn't it? To be on the national, be out there with the people all over the world talking about your family. It's crazy. It's just crazy. So the Daybell children, Kresha, I know it's early in the morning. I can give you a link if you want to come up. Obviously, I wouldn't expect you, I wouldn't expect you would. I know you guys are, life is very strange right now for y'all, but if you want to come up, you can. But you don't have to, because you're probably in bed, and so, but just being, it is a circus. I was just appalled that they, first of all, somebody like Lori Hellis gets called out in the courtroom, right? Gets called out in the courtroom, and then they say, "Give us your phone. Give me your phone, young lady. We want to look and see what kind of pictures you've been taking of the priestess." Okay, it's silly. It's just silly. It's gotten to a point that it's just silly. Judge Boyce looks. It's not. This has not been a process that inspires confidence, and that is really regretful. So I feel bad for y'all. Doing laundry. Let me get them going, and I'll let you know. Yeah, don't feel like you have to. I know that y'all are so busy. I'll not let you know when I get back up to my room. Absolutely. No, I can't. I love, what I love, Krusha? I love there's someone else in the world that does laundry and cleans bathrooms and stuff in the middle of the night. I thought I was the only one that did that. So that's good. It is the God complex. Hell yeah. Absolutely. No, it's silly. It's very silly. Okay, so while Krusha is doing laundry, we are going to talk about, I'm going to take a little bit of a different route here. I'm not going to talk about what actually happened in the courtroom. I'm not going to talk about, testimony and such. We're going to kind of do some of that speculative kind of just talk, right? Just some discussion. And this is, related to the Daybell side of this, equation. It's true. This is the prosecution of Lori. It's the prosecution of the modern day priestess, dominion over murdered children. But it's also the one of the victims in this case is in fact Tammy Daybell, correct? So it seems like to me the focus has really remained on the children, and it is egregious. I understand why the focus is on the children. I do. I understand it. But we can't ignore that Tammy Daybell, Chad's wife, legitimate wife, that this is her justice as well. And it really hasn't been talked about. It really hadn't been, I don't know. When it is talked about, it's a fairly passing sort of obligatory in Tammy Daybell. But the reality is this prosecution of Lori Vallow is for the death of Tammy Daybell. And I think it warrants discussion, right? I think we have to pay some attention to that. One of the things I think that has made it uncomfortable or has made it let me say this, easy to sort of reduce Tammy Daybell to a footnote in this trial has been the lack of her family involvement. It's kind of crazy. When, if something happened to my mom, any of my family members, my sister-in-law, anybody in my family, if the same thing happened, you can bet your bottom dollar I would be there front and center every hearing, every day, and I would make sure that my loved one had a face so that the jury would remember and know that the person that was murdered, that they mattered, that they were loved and wanted by their family and friends. Correct? So it's horrible that Tammy Daybell is not being represented in that courtroom. Isn't it? It's very strange. Now, it could be, obviously I'm not in Idaho. Um, maybe she has a sister there, maybe there's an aunt or a cousin or somebody, but to now we don't know of that. Like, no one that is in the courtroom has said, oh, look, there's Tammy Daybell's family. That we haven't really gotten that information to now, and we haven't heard any testimony from the Daybell side of this case. The testimony has really focused on the children at this point, correct? So maybe that is what is to come. Hey, good morning, Cindy Sue. Welcome. Um, they found Sarah Dreyer last night. Is she alive, Justice Jane? Oh, that is she? Hold on, I'm waiting. Oh my God. Where did they find her, Justice Jane? Hey, Kelly Fitzgerald. I guess that trip to Knott's Berry Farm and a few dollars was worth forgetting their mother. Well, I think it was the cookies, Kelly. I think that must have been some really damn fine cookies, right? You go to your mom's memorial, and then you come home and meet your new stepmommy, and she makes the very finest cookies in the whole world because they're blessed by God, don't you know? I mean, she is a priestess. So who needs Tammy? I shouldn't make those kind of jokes. I know it makes some people uncomfortable. I apologize. But it's my humor, it's my way of dealing with emotional. I think it's devastating. The first time that I felt really heartbroken for Tammy. Hey, Yvette, how are you, my friend? I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, getting ready for work. There you go. Hey, Liz, maybe it will come up in Chad's trial. Holy cookie wafers. Kelly, you are my kind of girl. Come on in. Okay. So, I'm so sorry to hear about Sarah Dreyer. We got to quit all this with our women, wives, girlfriends. Tammy's children act like she doesn't matter. It reminds me of the Morphew girls. Thank you, Cheated No More. Absolutely. It deeply bothers me. It's not right. You called me a troll. Just kidding. You were trolling that day, Cindy Sue. You were trolling. I watched it. Okay. Doesn't mean I don't love you. Okay. So Tammy Daybell has sort of been ignored in this whole thing to now. She is part of this prosecution. So I fully expect in the coming days that we are going to get information about Tammy. And I remember the first time that I noticed Tammy Daybell as an individual. And it was very early in this thing. In fact, I think at the time that maybe Gray Hughes was the only one that I had seen that was covering this. Not that there weren't other people, but just kind of the channels I know about at the time. I think me and him were the only ones that were really talking much about it on a regular basis. And I ran across Tammy Daybell's YouTube channel. So and I did record everything that's on there. Like, I have her channel, but the family has taken that channel down. The kids don't want that information out. It's not for me to put that out there. They took it down. That's what they wanted. I was in contact with Seth. I'm going to tell you, Seth is he's a miniature Chad Daybell. That's all I'm going to say. And I haven't been in contact with any of the other kids, only Seth, and Seth is not a truthful person. He is a liar. That is absolute truth. I contacted him I told him which video that I wanted to show on my channel, and it was done in a real respectful way. And he wrote back. I don't remember. I have to go back and pull it up, look at the email and see how he responded. But it was some he. I don't remember if he told me, yes, you can use it, or if he just responded and said, yes, my mom was a great person, and then didn't tell me, don't use it. Right? So I'll have to go back and pull up that email and look. But there were several emails that went back and forth. And so I used this little video where he had done this. He wrote a song. He sang the song. And it was, how I'm always going, do you want to be a Mormon? Okay, so it's the whole song, right? And it's a bit silly and childish. Like, it would be cute for Sunday school, okay? But they took this song and made like this music video, right? Telling this story. I think it's the story of them, the two boys going on their mission and going, door to door and trying to bring people to Christ or Moroni, or I don't know what the Mormon religion is, but and so that's the whole thing, is it's music video. And in the music video, there is a part where Tammy opens up a door. Like, they knock on the door because they're on their mission, right? They're going door to door proselytizing, and they knock on the door, and Tammy opens up the door, and then it's like, okay, why? And she invites them into her home, and that's like the whole apex resolution. And so great because it's another soul saved, right? And I'm not being facetious. Please don't fuss at me and say you're praying for my mortal soul. I don't like this Chad Daybell family situation. It feels icky to me. Feels patriarchal, and I think that Tammy was in misery. Misery with a capital M. Lori, but capital Misery was Tammy, okay? So she opens up the door and she looks haunted. And this is before we knew really anything. This was before the kids were found. This was when it first came up on the news. This was early. This was back before we even knew that we were going to need a flow chart of the complicated situation. And I remember watching that video and seeing her, and she opens up the door. She doesn't get a speaking part. And she just stands there and she opens up the door, and it's a bit like, it's sort of like, I thought of like a mausoleum. It was like, gosh, she looks so haunted. She looks so, her affect was so flat. So flat. Like it was like nothing. Zoop. Like what you see with someone who's got severe, Alzheimer's. Just nothing there. And she looked very depressed. I got to tell you, she looks very depressed in the video. Her hair is very oily. She looks very depressed. She doesn't open up the door and smile. She's just very flat affect, opens up the door, and then it's this, okay, come in kind of thing. And I saw that and I thought, this is so sad. This is terrible. This poor woman, right? Oh, that's what it made me think of, Cindy Sue. Living a life of quiet desperation. This woman looks desperate, right? So I felt really, it haunted me. It haunts me to this day. It was very, very sad. And so when I was listening to Heather Daybell's interview. If you guys have not been to, I always say this wrong, Hidden, a true crime podcast, which is Lauren and John Matthias. It's their channel, and Lauren is in the courtroom every day. She's done all these huge interviews. I mean, she's got a great deal of good, kind of strong information. And did you get it, Kresha? Then you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so Kresha knows. Yeah, it it's very. What did you think about the zombie? Uh, the video that they did with the boys where they were like zombies and they were going around carrying like bloody hearts in the bags. Did you see that? Ugh, this family. this was a weird. This was some strange stuff going on in this family. And I'm glad to hear that Crusher recorded the channel. It's too weird. But anyway, and here's the deal. I think that the channel, I think that was Tammy showcasing her children's talents, right? It was a lot of videos like music type stuff with their kids, the kids acting out skits, things like that. There was some videos like related to school, if I remember correctly. So I'm glad that Kresha saw it because, it had an undertone that was really uncomfortable. So I felt really sorry for Tammy Daybell in this video. She looks haunted. She looks just devastatingly depressed. And you felt sad. When you saw her, it evoked this feeling of protection and sadness. And so when I was watching Heather Daybell's interview on Lauren's channel, Hidden, she says in one part of the interview, she says, well, right before Tammy died, they had a family get together, and Tammy was just checked out. She was AFK. She was in the bedroom asleep or other things, but she was very distant from the rest of the family, and they had stopped sitting together in church. Right? So right before all this happened, they noticed that they were sitting in the back of the church and Tammy was not sitting with Chad anymore. And that Heather says, I looked at Tammy and I thought, oh gosh, she's going through another one of her depressive episodes. And I thought that shone a big light on her countenance as she's in that music video opening up the door, for the little poothead Seth. You've got to ask yourself what life with Chad Daybell must have been like. Can you imagine the hell of every day? Can you just imagine the horror of having to live with the nonsense? Are you ready, Krisha? I don't want to put you up can you hear me? Hello? I don't think it's going to show you. Can you hear me? I can hear you walking.
What?
I can hear you. Okay, I can hear you now.
I forgot to get my drink.
Get your drink, girl.
Drink. Okay. Oh my God.
I think it's wonderful that somebody else is doing laundry at 2 a.m. I think it's great.
What else do people do?
Right? Of course I vacuum at 2 a.m.
Well, if I had one, I'd have to go borrow it from the damn housekeepers. I need some toilet paper. I need some.
Yeah, so I think that is great that you saw the channel.
Tammy's, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, and like she had clogging classes on there, or in her playlist or whatever. And I ran across that video because I screen recorded everything because of the scrubbing bubbles. Okay,
Yeah,
Everything, if it involves this church and or affiliate, can you still hear me?
I can hear you.
Uh-oh.
Did I lose you?
I don't know what's going on.
She can't hear us, y'all.
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello? I do. I can hear you.
Did I cut out at all?
You did. Well, I could hear you the whole time.
Okay, good.
Yep.
All right. Well, I don't know what the hell's going on. But anyways, uh, oh, I screen recorded everything because the scrubbing bubbles, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
I didn't know. Like I legit learned everything. I didn't know what a link was. I mean, for real. Like whenever I graduated high school in '96, the World Wide Web was just coming out, and it's like I'm like my Aunt Laura whore.
Yeah.
I was really good with the tech, you know. But because of Laura Horror, I've had to become pretty,
You have a
crafty.
you have a PhD of Laura Whore.
Yes. Which, I'm sorry.
No, no, no. It's fine.
Yeah. She's oh my God. Anyways, she's triggering.
The
But,
the whole bunch of them are true
oh,
green. Like I can't
my
even. I can't.
phone is, okay, hold on.
She
But
is
it keeps
having some
cutting you
serious
out. So
technology problems.
hold please till I figure out the next freaking problem
Oh,
here.
please.
Besides my phone charger.
That's what it is. It's the charger. It keeps going
Okay.
ding 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 ding.
I have to plug my phone up somewhere. So
Okay, so anyway, so while she's dealing with her technology problems, so I felt really sad for Tammy, and I do think she was living a life of quiet desperation, and I think that for all that Chad Daybell was lacking, all of his, you know, no kind of accomplishment, feeling jealous of his brothers and what they had been able to build in their life. I think that he took all of his shortcomings out on his wife. And I think she was diminished and marginalized in that family. And we see that same type of pattern in the Barry Morphew case where this strong woman goes missing. She's fought cancer twice. She's in the prime of her life. She's trying to be healthy and strong. She goes missing, and the two daughters just keep rolling on like nothing's happening. Like life is great, dad's great, everybody's great. And it's a horrifying thought that a mom and wife could be just erased and nobody cares. It's really
it's
horrifying.
foreign. It's foreign.
It
You're like,
is.
wait, what? What? Why
Yeah.
are they?
It
Why are they like? Why just? It's the same exact thing as Suzanne Morphew. That's what went through my mind too. I was like, your mom legit does not have a voice. It's gone, you know. And I really wonder. I sit here, I think all the time, but I have never heard Tammy's voice ever. And um crap, what was the other thing? Oh, like had it not been for what happened to my uncle in Arizona, that hadn't kicked off, and then the kids, just if this wouldn't have kicked off in Arizona, and let's just say things would have went down a little differently, you know, a little more under the radar,
yeah.
a little more not so dumb and just out there. Can we just thank them for that?
Yep.
Then their mother would still, like, they wouldn't have exhumed her body. They would never
Yep.
have run tests.
Yep.
They wouldn't know a freaking thing.
That's right.
And it's like, I don't know if I've never heard them say, which I don't know how I would react to. So, like, thank you for having my mom exhumed. You know what I mean? It's
Well,
weird.
I think that it's pretty clear that they've chosen their dad over their mom, just like in the Suzanne Morphew case.
Just
That
like whenever when Tammy was alive, they chose
absolutely.
their dad. It's not just a Chad thing though. this is patriarchal. Um, this is look at Judge Boys. Look at
Oh,
would the egos. If you look at the egos, that's that patriarchal. I call it flexing. It's it runs rampant up in here,
that
and
it,
it's gross.
that is a good explanation for the way that Judge Boyce treated Lori Hellis
Hmm.
in saying, "Let me see your phone." What? Let you want to take this woman's phone to see to make her prove to you that she did, like she's a 5-year old? Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Unbelievable.
I don't agree with the tactics, and look, I have my own history with Lori Hellis, and we'll one day, just now's not the time nor the place, but I know that her and I, from her standpoint, she was trying to do a good thing and unseal documents, but then I also looked at it as, why? So you can exploit them and fill in the blanks like y'all do everything else, and that kind of thing.
Yep.
It's so hard to deal with this in the
Well,
public and share it with the public, and the public then they stomp on you. They don't. I mean, nobody has aside from you, who
oh,
just straight up was like, "Hey, we're going to cancel tonight. We're going to go over here." I was like, "Oh my god, that's just that." I mean, that's what I do. That's what I would do, but I'm not used
sure.
to that treatment. So thank you for that.
No, no, you're
But
fine.
these other channels, they've started out, they've made their exposés and their they basically became authoritarian, and whatever they said, and it's not just one channel, it's a couple channels, that whatever they said was like church. That was it. That was word Bible. Like it was the final word.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, hold up, what? And so that's that. And then there's just they don't even acknowledge you.
Yeah.
And I'm not your competition, like I'm just here trying to figure this out.
Just trying to get answers.
A
Yeah.
voice. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy. But so that aside, we are, I mean, I've been saying corruption in the church. I've been screaming it since I've learned of the second anointing.
Yeah.
Things just weren't adding up for me before then. And so I was like, what's going on? It's just, you follow your instinct. Don't ever ignore that. Like
Absolutely.
I did that
Absolutely.
many,
Look
many
at so
really quick.
Justice Jane. So she put up a post here. She's putting the number of Mormons in the highest states. California has got 2 million. And then if you go down and look at Texas, Texas got 436,000. Girl, have you seen the crap coming out of the Mormon group over like around San Antonio and Austin?
I call it the Mormador.
It,
Like the
I,
Bible Belt. The Bible Belt.
yes,
But yeah,
yes.
there's it's everybody's nutting up in Mormonhood,
Oh my
in the
gosh.
Mormon world. And I'm not making fun. It's just god dang it, I am so sick of walking on eggshells
Say it, preach it.
and being corrected and having to conform to their beliefs,
Yeah,
yet nobody, everybody, I don't even know how to say that, everybody elevates this church and puts it above human life. And not just any human life, my
your
family's human life.
family.
They mess with the wrong bitch. I'm telling you, I don't
Yep.
know how else to say that, and I'm done. So my only
And I'm gonna
guideline
and I'm
now,
gonna tell you, I would have thought that, like in the Barry Morphew case, I would have thought that his daughters would have had the same type of passion that you have. I would have thought that they would have been saying, I don't care what you do with my dad.
yeah.
Where the hell is my mother?
And where is she still?
Exactly. Like what in the world is happening? Yeah, I
Don't
mean, you got people out there
don't
that still
disappear.
look for her.
I mean, there's no sinkhole. I mean, sinkholes happen, but you know what I mean. It just no. No, this is an what do you call it? An epidemic? I don't know
It
what
is an epidemic. They
pandemic.
said they just found Sarah Dryer yesterday, last night.
I
She's
heard that
dead.
while it was
Yep.
downstairs. Yeah, that it's. I mean, I'm so excited when I see a story where they found them. Yeah,
Yep.
I'm like, oh my god, yay! You know, the little boy JJ, not too long ago in Florida. I was like, oh my god, okay, his name is JJ. Oh my god, you
Uh,
know.
yeah.
And then they found him. I didn't too much read into it, because there's. I wish I could follow more cases now, and I will. I will once I get a little of this behind me.
Oh
I
yeah.
am going to blaze some more trails. There's lots
Absolutely.
to do.
Absolutely. Hey, listen, you could make a whole YouTube career just out of Mormon murders. You could call it the Mormon Chronicles, and the number of murders related to the Mormon, I'm talking about modern day Mormon religion.
Yep,
It's crazy what's happened in Texas.
I'm
It's
trying.
crazy.
It's nuts what's going on everywhere. But okay, that's my concern with this. If I can explain, I don't know how to explain it in a concise yet effective way for people to be able to at least understand enough to connect the dots and be like, oh my God. Because it's not just a second anointing, it goes deeper than that. And it's just like I can't I can't see it any other way. I'm like, oh my God, go arrest the rest of the hierarchy
Yes.
there, please.
Yes.
And let's just
Yes.
do us all a favor, okay? And and then my job will be done, okay?
When you listen to Serena and Jason Mao and Melanie Gibb, how how do you overlook their involvement?
You
It
don't.
they it's
I don't.
amazing.
They're
It's
grandmothers.
oh my
They have
gosh.
grandchildren. They have children. They are in the free world, just like Melanie Gibb. I saw a picture on Facebook about 6 months ago, and it was like her and a little girl. I was like, get the freaking child away from her.
Absolutely.
Oh my
Absolutely.
God. And you know they all have their temple recommends still.
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
contingent on how they perform here, I'm sure. You know.
Ugh.
Because
It's
I was
incredible.
that's what I was up for. I got up early and because if not, I sleep late, so I don't want to miss court. So I have a future trip. But anyways, so I got up early and I was like, I'm going to shred. And I hate to do it, but I really don't care. I don't care. Find another way to convict her. You know what you do? You do the right thing and give them fair trials without any of this influence. And then there you go. Problem solved.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I'm like, for the
Because
long,
one thing is for sure, Krusha, there's no doubt that even though the world is focused right now on Lorhor, the reality is that right now today they're still getting their little preparing of people. They're having their little fireside chats. It's
second
still
anointings,
it's still going on
it's
right
still
now today.
second.
That's right.
It's because you have to learn, or there's a couple things you have to know about the Mormon culture. I'll just say that the Mormon culture does not know how, or well, anyways, they're no different than anybody else. They put on their pants the same way I do and you do, but they are un or incapable of separating church and state.
Yes.
So just know that.
Yeah.
So whenever you're like, wait, you know, people, I see comments, they're like, yeah, it's separation of church and state. And I'm like, yeah, it looks great, right? Go look the
Mhm.
definition up. Cool. But
Yeah.
it doesn't matter here. It doesn't apply here.
Yeah.
It's church and state combined.
Yeah.
And the laws of the land, the laws of the Lord, of whatever laws. Oh my God, the laws of the land, the laws of what's the other one? You know, God. Oh, God's law. And then there's like Heaven's law. They have all kinds of laws in their doctrine. I mean,
Yeah.
and that's how they set their church up. It's an MLM.
So I did just a little bit on the law of consecration,
Yep, that's part of it.
right? I did a little bit on the law of consecration, not the good little cleaned up version of the Lord gives to his covenant people, and to live this principle, men and women dedicate themselves to the building up of God's kingdom and ensuring that there are no poor among us. And I went beyond that to the reality of what it actually is, like what that looks like on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, it's exactly what it is. You give everything to those 15 people sitting up in the ivory tower.
Yep.
You promise them everything, and then they
And your
give back to you.
salvation, your
Yes.
salvation
Yes.
is the currency,
Yes. There you go.
and it's gross.
It
That
is.
all in itself is gross.
It is.
And you're like, okay, so I mean, I try to, and this is what I've done, and it's been really crazy. I look back and I'm like, oh my God, girl, you're a badass. Like I pat myself on the back a little because I'm like, how the hell? It's like mapping out these killers, these murderers who murdered my family,
Yep.
by the way, and still trying to see things through their eyes, how they see things, like, and it's the culture
It
that,
is.
first off, I mean, it's the indoctrination, follow the prophet, it's a song, that they start learning in primary. And Lori was a primary teacher, a primary, whatever. I don't have all the terminology down, and I really don't ever want to, but if I ever want to become
You you know so much about this that there's a tacit
oh,
level of understanding. It's beyond just the all nice cleaned up version.
there's no
You're
way.
you're looking at this and you're going, wait a minute, this is enabling men to do monstrous things.
I
These
feel like Uncle Charles a lot. I've been breaking down just in tears
Yeah.
for the past month, but really this past week, because I mean, I did my first little public interview the other day, and I mean, I was just like, oh my God, whatever, it's just, I really don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I'm not here for there is no glory,
Yeah.
it's just, I want justice. I want people to understand and grasp it, because I'm so sick of it being called a Chad's cult.
Yeah.
I'm so sick of the corruption. And so this is what I was saying about Lori Hillis. I mean, so we are going for the same thing,
Mhm.
We want justice in the end. We all just have different ways of going about it, and that's fine. As long as we are shining light on this thing, and we all have a hand in it, every one of
So,
us.
so let me clarify something, Krusha. So when you say that you're so sick of this being Chad's cult, are you referring to the fact that Chad is only a small pawn in the bigger scheme?
Okay, this is how I can explain it
Okay.
pretty easily. Let me try and keep my train of thought here. I suck at it, but
You're good.
um, so you know how Alex is Chad and Lori's fall guy.
Yes.
Chad and Lori and friends are the church's fall guy. It's big fish eats
There
little
you
fish.
go. There you go.
It's just like
Perfect.
the mob. They don't call them the Mormon Mafia for nothing.
Yeah, no, that's very
They're
well said. Yeah, I get it what you said. Yeah. Yeah.
that's. I wish I could do the rest of it just like that. I can't though.
Yeah.
I mean, not yet. I'm trying. I have a interview with the son, and he's going to do it more where it's broken down, and he said he did that with my mom, because I'm like, I need like an hour of uninterrupted, just one on one. Don't, you can't like interrupt, or, like, it's so complex, just like the rest of this story. It just makes total sense to me, and I just always think back of my uncle and how, I mean, on the body cam, there was one point when he was talking to the lady cop, and it looked like he was like, oh my God, like he was just it just bankrupted him,
It's like, why isn't anyone here? Am I speaking English? Do any of you guys
No,
understand the
that
English language?
that's how this continues to thrive and get away with it because they make their own language and their own definitions. Their definitions of some of the, a lot of the things in Christianity, or just normal, just being here and being a human. They mean something totally different. And I am working on, that's what I was about to do, is work on I was going to shred Melanie Gibb and Zalema's testimonies because it's not Chad's. God dang it. I cannot scream it loud enough. I mean, I get it. Yes, Chad and Lori, yes, they are. Here you go, boo. You still had, as they call it, free agency. Um, eh, it's, you could say no, and they don't, but this is what they're taught. Monkey see, monkey do. Um,
Yeah, but you know as well as I do, Zalema, the those ideas, Serena and Zalema, those things have been rattling around with them long before they ever met
yep,
Daybell.
yep, yep, yep.
That
I if you think about it, whenever you listen to that podcast with Lori and Jason Mao and Melanie Gibb, and I kind of have it memorized verbatim. I just got to get on track. Um, so Jason's introducing Lori, and he's like, "Well, everyone in the know," and he was like, "Well, anyways." Anyway, so he was introducing Lori, and he says, well, go ahead and just, how we met was a very unique way or whatever. And he said, why don't you go ahead and explain that? And so she was like, well, I was told by someone to go to the temple on a certain day and meet a certain someone, and in walks Jason Mao. And he says, I look into your eyes, and it's like this brotherly and sisterly connection. And I knew you were one of us. You're a gatherer.
so
Well,
weird.
on the stand, Melanie said, or wait, was it Zalema said that Melanie Gibb was a gatherer, which
Yes.
we already knew. It's this recruitment system,
Yep.
and what it is, I think this is that call out thing. That call out thing that we all attached to. We just assumed it was like
The
a prepper thing,
end of
like,
days.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
It's happening. Gather your things. Yeah.
yeah, kind of like the $100 billion in the SEC that I mean, just recently the Mormon Church got fined $1 million. They created a shell account, Inside Peak Advisors, and yeah, oh yeah.
God.
Wait, no, this is crazy because it affects every one of us. So it pisses me off so bad.
Oh my
Wait, wait,
God.
let me take a sip. So the SEC, which is the stock, the what is it? The all these terms in my head. The Stock Exchange
The
Commission.
Security Exchange
There
Commission. Yeah.
you go. I've been saying it wrong. All right, Security Change. Yeah,
Yeah,
that.
they do. They do. The Securities Exchange Commission. They do oversight on the stock market and the accounts, the movement that is affecting the overall markets.
Okay.
And they're kind of like the long arm of the law, the FBI,
Yeah,
but
they are.
specific to the money. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the church has not reported their financial. Uh, they haven't reported any finances since 1997. Okay, and we're talking like, and so in the SEC, you can go to sec.gov and look at the 11-page order for the church, like, because I'm talking like a like in Idaho, and now I'm talking like Heather Daybell. At the end of my sentence, I go up.
Uh, you got the
And
Kardashian thing
it's
going on.
happening. Yeah. But anyway, so
You need to go
uh,
home and get some boudin.
I need something. I need home.
Get
I
some
wish it was
nanner
closer.
pudding.
Not really. Just home.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But anyway, so it just to not go into it too much, but basically they didn't report it since 1997 or 98. Don't quote me. Um, and in 2019 it came out. I remember seeing this, but I didn't understand any of that stuff. You know, I was like, whatever. Okay. I don't even know what the SEC is. You know, kind of that thing. I'm telling you, I've learned everything like a brand new baby.
Hmm.
And so they hid this. You know why they didn't want to report it is because they didn't want their members, or mainly their members, they didn't want their members to find out how much money they had. Because then members are like, well, Joseph Smith said, you know, that tithing's only until we don't need it anymore.
Yeah.
And they're not doing any real charity work. Everything looks so good at the surface
Well,
in your face, but when you just peel back one layer, you're like, what the, oh my God. You know,
yeah,
with
but
everything.
look, stop a minute and look at that tabernacle that's there in
Mhm,
Rexburg. Okay,
mhm.
look at the surrounding area, and then look at that church. You know, that shining white beacon on a hill.
I
Correct.
see it
I mean,
every time I go outside to smoke a cigarette.
yeah. I mean,
Boom. I'm like, good
it's like
Lord.
the mansion that Elvis built,
The
right?
only
And
worthy temple. Only
nobody
worthy.
has stopped, to ask themselves, hold on a minute,
Uh-uh.
why would a community like our size, why do we need all that? Well, that's your mansion for all those important people at the
That's
top of the
it.
Mormon food chain, right?
That's it. That's a very good analogy right there. It
It's
really is.
so yeah, I'm
It's
sure they don't.
weird.
And again, when I did the talk, when I was talking about the law of consecration, and the not the all cleaned up pretty version, but what it actually means day to day, I you just would not believe the attack that I had. The people
Yeah,
that
I
were
do. Trust me, I
right.
know.
They
And they're
come
being
in,
honest with me.
it's like a swarm of bees. If you say something that goes against their teachings, it's like,
It's
oh,
it's the
let me come
flying
correct
monkeys.
you.
That's the flying monkeys, and that's okay.
Ooh.
So you're gonna see. You might. You're into psychology, right? Like you have I don't know how to say it. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm a psychologist.
Psychology background. Okay,
Yeah.
so psychoanalyze the church, and then that's Chad and Lori. That's every one of these people.
Mm-hmm.
They everybody in Chad in the circle in these firm foundation and the I'm sorry, not the expo, the preparing a people, um, the
A vow.
Operation Underground Railroad. That's a whole nother gross ass thing.
What is that?
Tim Ballard. He is a Mormon, and basically he's ex CIA or former CIA. And Melanie Pulowski worked for him, and Julie Rowe was doing fundraisers for him. And
Oh
Emma,
my God.
I'm just saying, so this is birds of a feather flock together.
Yeah. Oh,
So
absolutely.
Emma and her husband, whatever his name is, the asshole, I think he is. Okay, let me stop cussing.
Emma Daybell.
Yeah, Joseph Murray. Yeah. And so they,
Oh yeah, wasn't he? He's like a number five light or something, right?
oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
I think he was on the list as being very
I've
good.
never seen their side of the family's ratings. It's
Yeah.
only been my family.
I think he was on there, but as a light. His was a L.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, so okay, so just know that. Just know that they're connected and
Wow. I
some
got to
way.
look that up.
Oh God, no, you probably don't want to. It's gonna piss you
Stay
off.
away from the light.
It's just there's so many rabbit holes. It's unreal, but they all. It's like I need a staff. And I could be
Yeah.
like, okay, you
Yeah.
be in charge of this, you be in charge of that, and we'll
Yep.
come back and then try and make sense of this nonsensical stuff, right?
Yeah.
So Operation Underground Railroad is a 501c3, and
Golly.
it's
Ugh.
and oh god, and so this is how Chris. I stopped watching Chris McDonough when I saw Operation Underground Railroad as a guest. I was like, oh, I'm done. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
Oh my
No trust.
gosh.
No
Yeah.
trust. I mean, I didn't have to go any further than that because it's still happening for me. I'm still in.
So is this this Operation Underground Railroad? Is this like Chad's group of people, or is this something
They're
different?
all the same circle. Like I said, Melanie Pulaski worked for Tim. I say worked for him. Probably did charity, write it off.
Donate. Yeah.
Taxes,
Yeah. Yeah.
taxes,
Yeah.
501c3s and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
So,
here's something to think about this interview with Heather Daybell and such. She made it very clear that the people of Rexburg, not all of them. She said there was a Chad Daybell camp and there was a Heather Daybell camp, right? And when everything came out
that's the
about
thing.
Chad, people were very angry at her. And she was
Yep,
just in shock. She was like, "Why are y'all talking about me? I
that's
had
the
nothing
victim
to do
blaming.
with them."
That's the victim blaming. That's what
Well,
they do.
because she had a mind of her own and she was trying to tell people what they're
Yes,
doing is not right. There's
yes.
something really wrong here.
I have
And
a girl crush on her. The only girl crush I've ever had. When she did her interviews, I was like, "Oh my god, I love her."
yeah, yeah,
Mom and
yeah.
Larry met her in the very, her and Matt in the very beginning. And in Heather Daybell's interview, actually, the third one, the one where she talked about her how she is with the church now and yada yada. Um, I just anyway, she said that why do I go blank so much? Too many things on my
It might
mind.
have to do with the fact that it's
Oh
like 3 in the morning.
no, it's just all these people. It's a lot to keep up with, and the Mormonism aspect, and all the timelines, and yeah, my head's about to implode probably. But no, she said that she started going to the temple once a week. She started being uber religious and having temple pictures and religious stuff hanging all in her house. Who does that sound like?
Yeah.
Okay,
Lori.
Lori. You know
Yeah.
what was on Lori's nightstand
No.
when they took pictures of the Chandler Police Department after my uncle was murdered?
Uh-huh.
Visions of Glory, right here, and you will get cut. They will come cut you. I swear. I'm being facetious, but
I get you.
it's like it's just another book to their little quad pack there they got going on,
And
and
so this was
this is the
this was on
portals. This is
Lori's.
portals. This is your portals, and this is written by a therapist, which makes me want to throw up because his name is Thomas G. Harrison. This book was ghostwritten by John Pontius. John Pontius he is a literal ghost now. Um, he passed
Yeah, I'm
away.
sure he is. They
And
seem to lose a lot of people, don't they?
ghosted. Anyways, that's a horrible joke, but I don't really care. But so
Well,
Thomas
I
G.
can I can tell you this, Kresha. There you don't search up Methodist murders, and we don't have a lot of Methodist people laying around dead everywhere.
I got married Methodist just because Catholic Church was like $500, and I was like, I'm 20. I'm 20. And my mama was so mad. She was like, "Your grandfather's name is carved outside." I didn't care, and I'm
Aw.
glad. Like I'm glad because I never like seeing this and how this religion believe. How these people believe. I always heard, when the kids were missing, they were like, "We don't teach that. We don't teach the 144." And I was just like, "What? Okay,
Oh, that's
whatever." It just was not relevant.
yeah.
It's like whenever your kids come, both of them come walking in, and one has blue cookie, like blue icing on his mouth, and the other one's like It's like that. It's like they
Yeah.
come and tattle on themselves, and so you're like, what? It's like
Yeah,
when I,
we're just looking for kids. Why are
yeah,
you
why are you,
denying this teaching of 144,000,
yeah, what the hell?
Yeah.
And they defend the church, not Jesus Christ. That
Yeah.
right there, I was like, what is that?
Yep.
What is that? That's weird.
Yep.
And it's been on ever since I saw Lori walk into the courtroom all smug with her shoulders back, her nose up. I mean, she walked in like King Kong ding along, okay?
She sure did.
Because she had backing from,
She's very
let's just say,
confident.
let's just say upper management. I'll say upper
She's
management because I'm gonna call it for what it is. It's a damn corporation.
It is a corporation, of course.
Corporate
Absolutely.
Jesus, 501(c) holders.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
No,
protected by the First
she is
Amendment.
very confident. Absolutely.
Hmm.
Yep.
So, and I don't even know how to word this, but I did reach out to somebody who, um, well, okay, that knows about, oh, I don't know how to say it because everybody's going to know. But I just want to know. And, crap, somebody who was in the beginning of the story
Okay.
who knows exactly what Lori told them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a very, what do you call that source? Uh,
A direct source.
just a very, yeah. Anyways, and they told me that because I was like, look, I don't really care about anything else. I just want to know this. And all you have to do is say no if or whatever or you can just ignore whatever. I just had to ask, right? That's all you can do. And they said that I am on the right track, definitely, and then some other things. But I was just like, oh my god, okay, good. So I'm not. I mean, not good. It's not good, but it's validating because I'm like, I'm not crazy. Just like my uncle was not crazy. We're not
Right.
crazy.
Right. Right.
You're not crazy for explaining somebody else's craziness.
Yeah.
That's how this works. When Lori said that she saw Christ in the temple, that is a code phrase. That is not. They did not. Nobody, and trust me,
What? Okay.
nobody has seen it.
Okay. So what is it? This phrase, "seeing Christ in the temple." What is it? What do you think it represents?
Okay, did anybody hear in Zalema's testimony when they were reading out of her journal? And she said calling an election made sure, or calling an election and second comforter?
Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on, give me a minute while I open my phone because I don't want to sit here and
Sure. 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 Yeah,
Lord.
Kelly. That's kind of what Cresha and I. It's kind of part of what the way we see this is that Jason Mao seems to be at he's where it starts, right? Now wait a minute.
Yeah,
Let me
he's
say
just
this.
one of the
He's
recruiters.
he's where it starts that we know that's
Yeah,
out there, but
he's
there's no doubt that there's somebody else that has not been revealed yet
the
that
thing
is
is,
giving him confidence.
the
That
thing
what the
hold on real quick. He works directly for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He's on their payroll. So was Mike Stroud. So, I mean, a lot of these CES, which is a church uh, education system, and their seminary teachers. So basically, Jason Mel got promoted,
Yeah, yeah,
and he
absolutely.
was whining to the freaking cops about people harassing him, and I was just like, oh my god, you suck.
Yeah, I laughed when he was talking about the wing nuts,
Yeah,
on
right.
the
Nuts. I was
internet,
like, you
and I
won.
laughed. I was like, "Wait a minute, Jason, wing nuts? You want to talk about wing nuts? You're running
Yeah.
around with the likes of Melanie Gibb, and you're worried about wing nuts on the
Uh,
internet?
I
Check
got
yourself, kid."
I've got one of his speeches, from 2009, where it's not about, Moroni and all that. It's all code. This is all code, and I've been just busting my ass trying to figure it out, and then I feel a pressure. I'm looking for it. This thing is long. It's the Mormonism
So,
and
so
Encyclopedia.
religion, yeah. So religion is a magnet for narcissists
There you go.
that are looking for power. Now, I don't mean me and you. We go to put our pretty clothes on Sunday and go up and do that, and then go home and have
It's a
fried
membership.
chicken. I'm not talking about we the believer. I'm talking about those people that are sitting at the tops of these organizations, and I would be willing to say, and my father-in-law is a preacher, and I we're a religious family,
Yeah.
multi-generational religious family, but these people, you have to be very careful, because the people that get attracted to positions of power,
Hmm.
religion is a surefire position that people are going to look up to you, and no matter what you say, they're going to accept it, and you can have
Hmm.
grand dominion over other people without ever really even earning it.
Yep.
We have to be. You look back over the history and you think of like Tammy Faye and
Oh
Jim
yeah.
Baker.
I'm
There
actually
have been.
related to Jimmy Swaggart
Oh,
down
oh yeah, good old South
there.
Jimmy. Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy. Mickey
But
Gilley and Jimmy Swaggart. It's nuts.
the issue is not religion. I am a Christian. I do
Exactly.
practice
Hmm.
this. We're not saying that religion's a bad thing. We're saying that when you take religion and you turn it into a billion-dollar industry, and
Hmm.
part of what your product is convincing people like me and you to turn over our money to them, that we are living modest lives while our excess goes to them, and they build these giant cathedrals in the mountains. There's something.
Yeah.
There are victims
It
here.
doesn't add up.
There's
It doesn't add up.
victims. That's exactly right. And so you've
So
got
this,
somebody like Jason Mao, his history, you look back over his history, and people on YouTube, creators, have revealed that Jason is prone to hyperbole about his accomplishments and his history.
they
He is
are.
a big talker about,
Every one of these people have padded resumes. Everyone.
yes,
They
bad,
they
big,
all toot their
like
own horn.
stolen valor padded
Okay, so this
resumes.
explains about Lori and how, Janice explains all the superficial things, right?
Yeah.
It goes hand in hand. But a calling an election is this, and this is something that Zalema said on the stand. I mean, he made her repeat it like 3 times. I was like, oh, one more time, please. And so, calling an election, it says an exhortation to make one's quote, calling an election made sure, unquote, is found in Peter's writings and is associated with and this is all code, like more sure word of prophecy. That's code phrase right there. The prophet Joseph Smith explained that the more sure word of prophecy means a man's knowing that he is sealed up unto eternal life. The only way to seal up unto eternal life, y'all, is by polygamy. So they're practicing on their
Wow.
polygamy, allegedly. I have to say that.
Yeah.
But let me finish. It says, knowing that it's sealed up unto eternal life by revelation and the spirit of prophecy. Now, the spirit of prophecy is something, revelation means something, so all these things are just laced all up, all in here. And it says, through the power of the holy priesthood, which Chad is a part of, and that's why he could do what he did. I remember Julie Rose saying, he doesn't have that priesthood, but he does if he took part of the second anointing.
That's right.
So does
That's
Lori.
right.
And anyways. Peter said that the acquisition and exercise of faith, virtue, knowledge, temperance, patience, godliness, brotherly kindness, and charity are necessary to make one's calling and election made sure, and to obtain a fullness. Now, a lot of these times I see fullness spelled with two L's,
Yeah.
but when I see one L, that means second anointing. That means polygamy of the blessings of God. In addition to acquiring these qualities of character, those who would have their calling and election made sure must receive the ordinances of the gospel, including the temple ordinances. And it has D&C 131, 132. 132, anytime you see a D&C 132, that is polygamy. Um,
Wow.
and then having one's calling and election made sure is not attained easily. I beg to differ. Speaking of this, the prophet Joseph Smith taught that, quote, when the Lord has thoroughly proved a person and finds that the person is determined to serve him at all hazards, they take a blood oath, then the person will find his slash her calling and election made sure. And that comes from the prophet Joseph Smith himself. The prophet indicates that this was the case with ancient prophets such as Isaiah, Ezekiel, John, Paul, and others. I call bullshit. But anyways, so that's just that one, and then it ties into the second comforter. The first comforter is to experience. I don't really get it yet, because I go to the meat. I skip all that stuff. Are you serious? It only goes up to D. What the hell? Oh wait. Oh yeah, it does. What? Let me see if it's under comforter. Dang, that is like 1,200 pages of the. It's the Mormonism Encyclopedia or Encyclopedia of Mormonism, and
See, this what I don't understand. We don't have a Methodist encyclopedia. We just have the
exactly,
Bible,
ex-
right?
exactly.
The
They're
Daily
extra.
Word.
They're extra. So anything that's extra in Lori and Chad, I look directly to the church because that's where it came from, anyways.
Yeah. It's
Um,
to me, a few times I've gotten this sense that they have gone back into some like this ancient doctrine, and
that's
they've
Abraham.
brought it
What they talk about.
forward. Yeah, they've brought it forward into 2020 or 2019, 2020. They were living that ancient doctrine. Well,
Yep.
explain to me, how's that different than FLDS that they were doing?
No, it's not. So
Jeffries.
let
It's
me
the
tell
same
you,
thing.
this is my take on it. Every offshoot of the Mormon church is because, like, I'm talking um LeBarons, I'm talking about Elizabeth Smart's
Yeah.
kidnapper, Brian Day.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm talking about the Lafferty brothers. All these offshoots is because they took part in the second anointing, and then something
Went off the
happened.
rocker. Yep.
Something happened,
Well,
and
power, unchecked power happened.
so what happened? So why? Okay, and maybe you can answer this. I'm sure you can. In this religion, there's a lot of labels. That was something my friend Jen. I met Jen. She's an ex-Mormon. She's from Utah. She's lesbian. I mean, like they don't like her kind, and
Sure.
so she started a channel, and she was saying she was going over the Melanie Gibb call or Lori's testimony or whatever that Melanie Gibb recorded. And when I found her, I was like, "Oh my god, thank you." Like somebody's saying, "Yes, it is tied." I just didn't know how to tie it, because I have never been Mormon. I don't desire to ever be Mormon. I feel so bad about those blind sheep. Um, and that's where I stayed torn for so long. And it's like you I had to come to a point where I was like, you know what? I'm never going to go anywhere this way because it's hard and it's not going to be easy. You're going to break shelves, and that's in a Mormon terminology that means, if it doesn't make sense, you put it on the shelf. Well, after a while of putting so many things on your shelf, it breaks.
Correct.
And so you realize your entire life has been this deception, this lie.
Yes.
And then they turn against God completely. And I'm to the point where I'm like, you know what?
In mental health, we call it compartmentalizing.
That's exactly what they do.
And
That's
the so with compartmentalizing, you know, we work really hard to try to help people take those things off the shelves, work through them, give them meaning, and then take it. When you give them meaning, it takes away that power of that old hurt,
right,
and then you're unburdened, right? And then you move
right.
to the next thing on the shelf. You take it off, you go through it, you work through it, you give it some, make it some, have some sense, and then you
Mhm.
can let it go. You've got a religion here that is basically
A
telling
shelf.
people, don't pay attention to that. If you
That's exactly
don't
what.
look at this, don't worry about this. Let's just put this over here. You must accept as a small child accepts.
They're
It's not for
apostate.
you to
Yeah.
question what we are doing. So just
And
put it
then they
aside.
shun, and then they shun, and then they send their little military, their little DesNat, which is modern day
Yes.
Danites,
Yep.
basically.
Yep.
I found a Jesus card in the middle of my living room. Okay, it's not because I am not striking a nerve.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
in I'm in small town Louisiana, Southwest Louisiana.
Yep.
They didn't drive an hour and 15 minutes to try and interest me in the Book of Mormon.
Correct.
They didn't. I mean, I to have a Jesus card with my name on it, with hi Krisha, it's the missionaries. I hope all is well. Give us a call at 409, yada yada yada. I was
Yeah.
like, we don't. I've never seen a missionary in my
Yep.
town or
Yep.
anywhere. Don't have temples. I mean, just never. Compassion, pass it along. I remember that commercial, and that was it.
Yeah.
That was my brush with Mormonism. I
Wow.
didn't even know Charles and Lori were Mormon. I did not
It
know.
was sort of like we see you and you should know that we see you.
And we got in your house and we put this card there while you're sleeping. And
Wow.
Jason had left to
Oh.
bring the boys to spend the week with his their mom's week,
Yeah.
and I was like, oh my god, it got real.
Yeah.
I mean, it really got real.
Yeah.
I was like, this is so not cool. And then your family, your murdered family members' justice is in the mercy of the same people who killed them.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
that's what happened. In my opinion, this is my theory. I'm just putting this out there because this is exactly what I see this as. And from 4 years of nonstop research and putting things together, um, Chad and Lori were called to the temple via I don't know who, but to meet Jason Mao.
Oh,
Jason Mao,
probably.
that's that like-minded people phrase that we heard from Serena, Christina,
Melanie.
Melanie, and Jason,
Yep.
and Mike Stroud. And and I saw it on AVAL. Find like-minded people. Yeah. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. But that's the code. And so let's just take Serena, for example. She lived in Connecticut. And then she calls Jason, she says, to go up there and teach a youth group or whatever. Then all of a sudden, she's moving to Arizona.
Crazy, right?
Hold up.
Crazy.
Then she ends up with these cuckoo birds because they're
Yes.
all birds of a feather flock together. Then she moves to Rexburg, which is where Christina lives, which is where Jason Mao's sister lives, which is Christine. Wait, whose sister? Um, whose sister was a friend of Tammy Daybell's? Crap, and Audrey Baratero. She's really in there. But anyways, let me try and figure. Let me finish this thought. So the like-minded people thing, they reel them in, and I listen to so much Mike Stroud, I can recite it, and he's so boring. He looks like a, anyways.
He
But
is, but how
you
he is
just have
very
to
hard to listen.
listen.
He's very hard to listen to, but explain to me why he attracts so many people.
and why he got excommunicated. They have fake excommunications, by the way.
Well, when was Chad excommunicated? The day of his
Uh-uh.
pro- when did
Uh,
he get?
After. It was after the wait. It was August of 2020. Yeah. So the same month that they put the letters out saying, no, hey, do not participate in any investigations that basically that could implicate the church. That's just
It's all,
me saying
yeah, it
how
was
they use
all
their.
control. So
It's
that
all
when
about
they
image.
so when they sent those letters out saying that, unless you have approval from the church, you may not respond to a subpoena or be a witness or do anything related to a court case, that was the same week that Chad was excommunicated.
I'd have to look for the exact date. It was
I
after the
thought he
murders.
I
It was after the murders for sure.
I thought he was excommunicated like the day that the preliminary hearing started.
No, the day after when Melanie Gibb testified, the second day,
Yeah.
is when they sent these letters out saying obstructing justice. Okay, that's when they
Yeah, it
sent those
was
letters out. So
absolutely
there you go.
obstruction.
So it makes
Absolutely.
you question. It makes you question. So did Rob Wood, who was a bishop, did he call corporate headquarters there in Salt Lake City and say, okay, how do I handle this?
Correct.
Okay. Then you think about everybody else in the whole, and not just in the jury pool. That's a whole other issue over there. But you obstructed justice for two little kids. Look, I'm gritting my teeth. That's how pissed off it
I
makes me.
know. I know.
Instead of using your platform with 2.7 million followers they have on just YouTube, use your platform instead of follow the prophet. Say, hey, help us find Tylee and JJ. I tell you what, though, I swear, no, there's no way to prove it. I know what my heart tells me. I know where my uncle guides me, and it is gross. Eyes wide shut. It is definitely a secret society, and let's just say there would be upper management participation in those murders.
Yeah.
Sacrifice, and I hate this because I feel like it makes me sound crazy because it's that whole satanic panic crap, which
Well, so
President Nelson's daughter was investigated for.
oh, I didn't know that. What's that?
The satanic panic. Glenn Pace came out with. Uh, I can't think of all these things. He did like he investigated into him, and he was a church leader actually, Glenn Pace, and it's a it's the Glenn Pace memo, I think it's called, and
Okay.
I have it. I'll share it. I just can't think of it right now,
Yeah,
but
I'll look it up.
he
Glenn.
basically investigated all these accounts of this these rituals happening. Okay, and there was so much obstruction and so much cover up that had no nothing ever happened, nothing ever came from it, and so now people just even Dr. John on Hidden True Crime, he I heard him say it, and I was like, well, he's gonna think I'm a freaking nut job. I can't help who I research. They're the crazy one. I'm just saying how
Okay.
Tyler's body was found. You cannot tell me that is not that. They said it's for espoused religious beliefs, whatever. Just for it's not just this little bitty group. It's not just this little isolated group.
Yeah. Yeah, and you okay. So there is a psychology to these horrific acts or religious acts that seem to be contagious.
Yeah.
And the whole satanic worship, the fear of that, and the actual worship, like yes, there was a satanic backlash, and people were looking everywhere going, oh look, it's Satan
Here.
worshipers, look, they're everywhere, and
Are you
they overstepped their mark for sure. but you also can't ignore that there
You
were a
witnessed
group
it.
of people that got attracted to that and they began to do these
Victimized.
satanic practices,
This is
right?
the pattern that yes, the pattern that I see. It runs rampant in this church, and it is the LDS helpline. That's to cover up sex abuse. There's David Levitt. He's a Utah
Yeah.
prosecutor in Utah, whatever county,
Yeah,
Davis
yeah, yeah,
County.
yeah.
And you cannot have these many coinky dinks and there not be some validity to
Yeah.
it. And then there's Tylee and there's JJ, and that's the only. I didn't realize this till not long ago, a couple of months ago. I was like, oh my god, it only says espouse for religious beliefs or whatever for the kids. Didn't say that for Tammy.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Yeah.
oh my god, she sacrificed her damn kids. And that was her ticket into the Church of the Firstborn, or
That's
she was
right.
duped. Either way, so it is what it is. I'm not taking up for her, but in some, this is what they're doing in order to call it out. This is how this works, and they use this crazy language like I saw Jesus in the temple. Zalema also had her second comforter experience. I shared that. I picked it up not long ago. I was like, oh my god, wait, she says it right here. Zalema had the same experience. She saw Jesus in the same place where Lori did. And she's telling that to Ron Ball. And I'm like, oh my God, she had her second comforter experience, which is to see Jesus Christ in the flesh, which is code for, hey, girl, you are about to take part in the second anointing. We're going to wash uh, his feet. You are going to be able to say, you're about to be able to give your husband or your whatever, your concubine, uh, they sealed them, and so knowing that Charles and Lori were sealed, Tammy and Chad were sealed. This is how they practice polygamy, right here in our faces, and
Wow.
this is how they met.
Yeah.
This is how Chad and Lori met.
Well,
So it's so crazy and scary, and it's I'm traumatized by it, obviously.
oh yeah. Yeah.
And I can never just explain it the way that I see it in my head.
But let me just say one thing. When when we have a trauma, whether it's, you guys, y'all lost three family members just
Like
in the
that.
most
And
shocking.
Lori, you know,
And you basically lost Lori, the Lori that was the good mother and that y'all found adorable
she's
and
the good Lori.
lovely, and she's gone, right? She's replaced
She's
by
she's
this
dead.
caricature of whatever she is now.
She's a zombie.
She is, absolutely. She's not, to listen to that phone call with Colby and how
Oh my
cold
God.
and detached she was to her child.
She
y-
laughed
She laughed at him.
when,
Absolutely.
and she would not say Jesus.
No.
And whenever her first mugshot in Hawaii, she she had black eyes, y'all, and she has the bluest eyes, like Tylee's eyes,
Yeah.
with bright blue. Chad looked different. That I don't know. This is just weird. I'm gonna have to move you to my phone so I can go downstairs and
Okay. Well, let me say this, okay? Because I know you guys are going through it, and this is a nightmare that you got, like the never-ending nightmare, right? It just
just
continues.
I just want to, yeah, I just want to
Yeah.
explain it and get it off of me.
So be aware, be careful that when these things
Um,
happen, we go on these missions to uncover every detail. And it's like
yeah,
we have this drive inside of us that believes if we know every detail, then I'll be able to understand it and I'll be able to make sense of it. We
I
see
don't
the
want
same
that.
we see the same kind of drive, like people that uncover infidelity in their marriages and things like that. And trust
Exactly.
me, people can go crazy
Yeah.
looking for every information. And the truth is that at some point you just sort of have to take a deep breath and step back and accept that maybe there won't be salvation in all of these details.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And at some point it's time to just accept that the worst happened and look toward the future and try to rebuild, you know?
Right.
So I know that you're kind of in this, this deep dive searching.
But I'm almost there.
Yeah.
Like I feel that's just it. And I told Jason, I was like, oh my, Jason's my fiance, and not Mal.
That would be a twist.
Why not?
Be like, what?
I would whip his ass.
Right?
His legs would fall off again, or whatever the hell. I can never think of the damn thing. I call them flanks because I can never think of the. Anyways, so yeah, I know. I know how I've done it is the most unhealthy way to deal with
I
this.
don't I don't think it's unhealthy.
It is.
I think it's natural. I think what you're doing, I said the same thing in the whole Chris Watts case. It's actually how I ended up with a channel. I never in a million years thought, oh, let's have a YouTube channel. I mean, this is
Right?
foreign, to me.
Fun. Yeah, no.
But I was so disturbed by some of the things that people were saying about, Shanann and the girls. And I went on my channel one night and I said, look, y'all don't understand this, but the people that love Shanann, the parents and the family members and the friends, they are they're in this deep dive search for information, and they're finding your videos where you're calling Shanann, a child abuser and Munchausen and all the crazy stuff. Y'all
Yeah.
need to quit because it's natural that they're looking for information. It's a natural part of healing to try to seek out knowledge to make sense of it. And
Right.
they're finding this stuff that's re-victimizing them. So, and I was naive at the time, and I thought, oh well, if they just know, they'll quit. But of course, I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
But no, I think what you're doing is natural. I think that is one of the ways that we deal with trauma is we do go on these searches for knowledge, and knowledge is a great thing. There's no question about it.
Knowledge is power. But
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
it's only going to go so far.
That's right. At
Okay,
some
I'm going to
point,
back out of here and I'm going to go on.
okay, I think she's getting on her phone. Hey, Zoots and Boots, how are you? Hey, Cheated No More. I see y'all coming in. I just don't want to interrupt, Crusher. Wait a minute, you're muted. You got to unmute your.
I know, but I got to turn this
There
thing
you go.
down.
There you go.
Ooh,
Yep, I'm gonna kick that one out. Okay, that should help.
thank you.
Uh-huh. Okay, good. There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
So just, and take a vacation from it sometime, step back away from it and
I cannot
spend
wait.
time with your family.
I miss
Y'all,
my family. I
I know
miss
you do.
me. I miss myself.
Absolutely. And you do
And
get lost, don't you? You get numb.
I'm
All
gone.
the information makes you numb.
It's an overload
Yeah.
always.
Yeah.
And because I have not been able to find, and people are like, you're doing great. And I'm like, oh, obviously, I feel like, because it's a promise, it's a vow I made to my uncle and my nephew and Tylee, she's like a niece, she's the same age as my daughter.
Yeah.
And it's just, I just want to be a woman of my word, but I'm like, we're almost there.
Uh-oh. Are you still there? I think she's got signal problems, y'all. Hello? Can't hear you, Crusher. I see you, but I can't hear you. It's kind of interesting, isn't it? It is 4 a.m. there. Not a lot of people on the internet, so why is there so much trouble with the signal? If you're a conspiracy theorist, it's very easy to say, "Oh, is our conversation being interrupted?" Still can't hear you, girl. Nope, I can see you, but I can't hear you. Funny, isn't it, that we've got a visual signal but no audio? Her hotel has technical issues. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I wonder who owns that hotel. So, but while she's trying to work out her connection issues, hey, sweet tea, good morning. How are you? Um, Hopefully she'll be back. She probably needs to take her a nap before it's time to go to court. So maybe she's back. Let's see. Hello?
How about now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, that usually does it. I'm having to run down and put my clothes in the dryer.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, being in the elevator would interfere for sure.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. That and that's why the channel's name is Difficult Research. It just
yes.
goes.
Yes. Yeah.
That is a
Zoots and
cult to me.
boots. Zoots and boots. They have magic underwear, but they don't have a magic algorithm. No. The signal strength is still back, in the 1700s.
Let's just say that the church's Wi-Fi password is also too many kids. I,
Oh
I
my
know I
gosh.
make too many
Oh
jokes
my god.
about it, but I have to. Because
But that boy, that is at that one little bit of information. Hey
yep,
Jax, that one bit of information that Alex set the password to too many kids. That that gives you a window, doesn't it, into the mentality. We lost her again. I think somebody's trying to interfere with our communication.
okay. Uh,
I can hear you now.
Okay, I was like, I couldn't hear you. I had to turn my Wi-Fi off, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Easy.
So when you're on Wi-Fi, you're getting no type of connection. But when you go to data, then
I'm
when you're
going
on
back and
cellular.
forth.
Wow, wow, that's crazy.
Because, like, either I can't hear you,
And you're in Boise. Why
I'm in,
wouldn't Boise have good signal? That's
they
crazy.
do. I'm 5G LTE right now. It's that damn 5G. No, I'm kidding.
Golly.
Ah,
Well, yeah. So so have you had an opportunity to meet Heather Daybell?
not yet, but my mom, she's like, oh, I want y'all to meet so bad. I was like, do it. Make it happen, Captain. I'm ready.
Yeah, yeah. I really like her.
I do too. The thing is, because like I watch a lot of Mormon Stories podcast, and um, for a while, I just couldn't watch Hidden True Crime anymore because, Lauren was all into her beliefs, and to me, I was just like, well, I can't come here. This is not a safe place for me, um, because her beliefs, like she's not gonna see this.
Well, can I say
Or,
this too?
yeah.
So this is her career, right? She's a
Mhm.
journalist. Then she had her child, so she quit working for a while, and now I think she's come back, and this is what she wants to make her full time, career. So when you have a YouTube channel, you're stepping on a lot of toes. Trust me, I've been there.
Yep.
You're stepping on people's toes, and you never can appeal to everyone. It's
True.
just not possible. And so what I've noticed is that, when you first start and you're only talking to 10, 20 people, it's a very free conversation, like you're sitting in your living room, and you don't really filter yourself. But then as
Right.
you begin to grow and you start making an income and all that, then you become very aware of, oh, I don't want to alienate anybody. I don't want to upset
I
anybody.
don't want
And
to
so
offend anybody.
you don't want to offend, so you begin to filter. And then just
Yep.
like everything else, once you get bigger and bigger, now
Yep.
you're not being authentic
I
anymore.
love my small channels. I do.
Yeah, absolutely. There you go.
Uh,
There
I'm
you
like a
go.
small business, I'll go support small businesses before
Yeah.
anything else because
Yeah.
I mean, it's like they just get too big for their britches, and it's all about the money. And at least like Scott Reich, I respect the hell out of him because he's like, it's all about the money.
Yeah,
He's just
right.
real about it.
Sure,
And that's all I
absolutely.
ask, I guess. That's just the type of person I am, is just be real. Just say what you mean and mean what you say. It's very simple. You know?
So I do wild speculation Fridays. Well, it is wild speculation Fridays to have these types
Yeah.
of conversations that we're having now.
I
Be,
love
be,
them.
and here's what I try to make people understand. They've used the term conspiracy theory. Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist. Well, they make it like a personal attack, like it's a
It's a
bad thing.
label. It's a
It's
label.
another one of those labels to make
Hmm.
people close their mouth and not
It's
say
to
bad
divide
things.
people. It's to
Yes.
divide people. Hmm.
And the point is any research lab you go to, they're operating on theories. That's how you learn stuff. Is
Exactly.
you notice a connection that maybe other people
Pattern.
haven't
Yeah.
connected before, and then you begin this process of isolating variables, identifying and isolating variables, and then testing out these different connections.
Yeah.
You have been on this deep dive, you have acquired all of this information, and you're in that point, you're testing out these various variables, and you're like, oh gosh, it does
Yeah.
seem to be what it looks like, and this is not a good thing.
They do
And
fit.
it does fit. That's
Because I
right.
don't try to force it. That's one thing I'm like, well, nope, that's not it.
Yeah,
Because that does
absolutely.
no good. That does not give the victims a voice if I do. That's
And you have to stop a minute. You and I can talk about this, and we can say, "Wow, this looks very archaic." They're using the ancient church teachings, and they're actually using it in today's world, and that's
mhm,
terrifying, right?
in
Because we're
itself.
a modern society.
Right.
We don't do cannibalism and crap like that.
We
Um,
don't? I'm kidding.
right?
Joking,
but
joking.
but when you begin to see these same patterns of things, it's very
Hmm.
hard to not look. It's very hard to go, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. And here's what it doesn't not mean. It does not mean that every single person who is a Mormon, whether no matter how pious or how devoted they are, it doesn't mean that you are practicing these things or believing these things. We're
Exactly.
we're talking about a limited group of people, and they themselves are self-limiting. They're testing people out. They've got gatherers out there. They're
Hmm.
testing people out to see if they can be controlled and moved into the fold.
Why do you think they have missionaries?
Well, how did
Because
Serena go
that's
from
because
Connecticut? Had she go
exactly.
from Connecticut to little bitty Rexburg, and
It wasn't
and
Chad.
no, it wasn't Chad. So
Exactly.
so that's people get upset because they think, well, that's my religion and you're attacking my religion and you're a
Right.
loon and you don't know what you're talking about, and they
And I'm
get
like,
very
why are you following this
defensive.
case? That's my thing. If you are you're going to have to check your beliefs at the door, just like I have to check everything at the door, my emotions and everything, so we can talk and discuss about my murdered family.
Yeah, absolutely. You
Every
have
aspect. So if
standing.
I got to do it, you can do it. Come on. If
Yeah.
not, bounce.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
because you're not here for justice. You're not here for the same thing. You're here to whatever. I don't even know.
Curiosity.
And
There are people
flying monkeys.
attracted. I think there's people that are attracted to this case because the idea of a mother sacrificing her children is
Yep.
just otherworldly.
Yep.
Something not even possible.
Right.
You've got people that are highly religious. They're following the case because they want to protect their religion and speak up, like you
Those
call
are
it,
the ones I'm scared of.
like the flying
That's
monkey group.
that's the flying monkey. They call them
And
the church calls them minions.
Okay, well, listen, you guys. The minions are real in this case. My
Hmm.
my comments under these videos are moderated. I have, you wouldn't believe, my block list to try to control the. You know what I'm controlling because you get it too on your channel.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so please understand, we're not short-sighted concrete thinkers here. We're not saying if you're a Mormon, you're evil. That's not even on the
That's
playing
ignorant.
field. That's
That's like
complete
saying,
ignorance.
like, talk about humanity, and so we have serial killers and stuff. That doesn't mean we're all bad. I mean,
There you
that goes
go.
back to that whole saying,
Yes. Yes.
one bad apple.
Correct.
So, but everybody takes it as if it's personal. And that's something that's another pattern that I see in the behaviors of this culture, people in this culture. They take on things as if they're their own.
Yeah.
Um, uh, they have persecution complex. Well, that's what
Yep.
Lori's doing.
Yep.
Okay. Um, they are pumping out narcissists two by two by two by two by two. It's so sad. And it just, I'm like, I talk to God all the time, and I'm like, really? Really? I was
Yep.
just picking when I said I will be the Rhea Lemony of the Mormon church. I was joking. I was joking.
But
And
there's always a little truth in a good joke.
right. And God's like, well, here you go, girl.
That's
And I'm
right.
like, really? Why?
Yeah.
But
Here's the other part of this. When everybody first started following this case, this was your family, so this was personal for you.
it
But
is
but all
personal.
this true crime people, they were really attracted to this because it was such a sensational idea that you've
It's
got
like,
this mother.
what the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you're just in shock and you're like, this mother ends up, sacrificing her children to be with this goon gourd of a husband,
Zombies.
just a weirdo, right? And the problem is this, y'all, on the surface, everybody was like, wow, this woman is insane, right?
Right.
But
She's
then
not.
we began learning the peripheral, the people surrounding Lori and Chad, and we learned about Melanie Gibb, and we learned about Julie Rowe and Chad Daybell. Now we know about Serena, and at this point, if you're not paying attention to the repeating patterns of the lessons that are happening at every level, you get it first from Lori, then it goes up to Melanie Gibb and Jason Mao, then it goes up to the elders, and now you go back into the ancient Mormon text and they're describing exactly what Lori and Chad were doing.
Yep.
Had
And they're still doing it.
It's terrifying. It's
That's
terrifying.
just it. And so another thing I found out was that Zalima, or I forget who it was Melanie or Zalima, said that Lori was at the temple on a Sunday. The temple is closed on a Sunday, hence that's when the second anointings take place because you're kind of
Wow.
on the nobody's going to be there to really see you,
Yeah.
and so that's a whole nother aspect right there. They're lying. It's called lying for the Lord. It's a thing. You can go to Ex Mormon Foundation uh YouTube channel, and there's a guy named he's a former CES like Jason, but he was a director, of the church education system,
Yeah.
and he doesn't work there anymore. But he was like, it's lying for the Lord, and you can see the patterns, the character assassination that Joseph Smith did. It's the same behavior you see in Lori
Yeah. Yeah.
and Chad, and the judge. It's so you, Doctor Todd Grande psychoanalyzed Joseph Smith, and I was like, well, that
Oh,
was
that's
ballsy.
cool.
And so I'm just high fiving him just for doing that because national media outlets are like, yeah, no.
They're missing
And
it, aren't they? The bigger story, they're
this
missing it.
is it. This
Yeah.
is it. And
Yeah.
they want to, I get it. It's hard. It's hard. You really have to back away from just looking at that it's not an isolated event, and then if you back up a little bit and you look at the bigger picture and the bigger picture and the further you go back, you're like, oh my God, this is so huge. it's the wealthiest church in America, and it has a lot of power. It has a
Yeah.
lot of influence,
Yeah.
and it's a corporation, so it thinks like a corporation. And you know,
Mitt Romney has put his hat into the presidential race.
did he? Oh my God!
Yep, he sure has.
Oh my God!
Last week. Yep, it's official.
Oh my God!
That's right.
No, not no, but hell no. The
Yep.
Constitution hanging by a thread, that's the white horse prophecy in Mormonism.
Yep. Yep.
Which, if the Mormon church pulled out that $100 billion they just finally had to report to the SEC, what would that do to our economy?
It
It would injure it a lot.
well, in an economy that's already really
Injured.
hanging on by a
Yeah.
thread. Yeah.
It's a,
Yeah. Yeah.
so that's the Mormons. That's where you see Barry Cox in this. It's that sovereign citizen. It's that they want to overthrow the United States government, and they want everybody to depend on them because
Yeah.
what they do is bleed the beast. That's how they became a state to begin with. They had to disavow polygamy, but they had their fingers crossed behind their back when they said that.
So, a lot of people I have found are not aware that Lori Vallow's family of origin was deeply ensconced into this religion.
They are. They still are. They're Mormons.
That
Oh,
that her dad.
actually, Chad was born in the covenant. Lori was born in the covenant. Joseph Ryan was a convert. Charles Vallow was a convert.
Convert.
They were never going to be good enough. It's a
So this,
hierarchy
so the way that they all got divorced and then remarried within weeks to people they didn't know, that was all about people being born in the covenant being married.
to the right people.
Oh, 1 minute, my little
I
dogs are
hear
ready to
he's
go
so cute.
outside. I'll be right back. You
Go
can
for it.
tell
I'll
tell
entertain.
tell everybody, yeah, tell everybody about Lori's family of origin, her dad, and what you know about that.
They're nuts. I slept under the same roof with these people. I'm like, oh my gosh.
All right, now come on, let's go outside.
I whenever Uncle Charles and Lori got married, they got married in
Sage,
Vegas,
Maisie,
right?
come on.
And
It's time to start your day.
we
Y'all are some
so nobody
lazy
was,
babies.
really there in attendance. And
Get up.
so
Get some help.
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by the noise. um so we were invited to this multi-million dollar ranch in Austin, Texas,
Come on, Sage.
just to do like a meet and greet, like to join our
It's nice
families,
and cold
right?
outside.
And so it was all the Vallow siblings, like my aunts and uncles. My little girl was like 3 months old.
Sage.
Tylee was 3.
All right.
She was so cute, and she clung to her mama. Really, she really clung to her mama. But Lori was, you know, Lori is like Velcro. But while Lori was engaging with my family, I remember seeing Uncle Charles picking Tylee up, and just he didn't have a daughter, so he loved her. I don't care what anybody says, you know. It's Lori that had to pit everybody against each other because that's what narcissists do. She needed to be
Yeah.
needed. He told me
Yeah.
that one time out of nowhere. I was like, okay.
So
So
Charles said that Lori needed to be needed.
he was like, we were walking out of my mama's house, and he was like, I don't know, Lori she just needs to be needed, and this is whenever him and JJ were starting to come into town without her.
Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't pay no mind to it because I was like, all right, I just really want to see my nephew because the dynamics changed whenever he was adopted.
Yeah.
JJ was my only nephew. I don't have any more.
Yeah. I'm
or
so
nieces.
sorry. Yeah.
Oh, it sucks because I see a lot of myself like in the videos I have of him, and I really think I'm on the spectrum for sure. I have ADHD, you know, and I just see a lot of myself in him. Like the last picture of him sitting on the couch in the red pajamas that he was buried in.
Yeah.
Um, he was what I think he was playing with a cup and a string and a whatever, a straw. Or, I don't know. He was just being was it in oh my god, inventive
Creative.
or
Yeah.
creative. There you go.
Yeah.
And that was me, or that's still me, I just make things and do things, and um I tend to harp on things, on certain subjects like this one, and if nobody else is talking about it, then I'm like, okay, well, I gotta
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
I just want to get it's it's not that I'm not. Jason's my fiance. He's always like, "Crusher, you're making a difference," and I'm like, "Babe, that's great." I mean, well, let me do it in Lori. That's great. That's great. Anyways, that's not.
Question: why do all
Yeah.
those women sound the same? Why do they talk like that? And why do they
See,
say that they would give hugs for $100 an hour?
just
It's crazy.
I'll. I got an answer for that.
Oh, what is
Um,
it?
my what I think it is, just how I've never heard Tammy Daybell's voice, and you have this patriarchal flex contest or whatever the hell they're doing.
Yeah. Yeah.
They silence the woman, and so the woman stays soft spoken. Just
Yeah.
this year in the 2023 changes in the temple, they they allowed laugh. You can now laugh loud in the celestial room. I was like, what?
Wow.
Okie doke.
Yeah,
So,
modern day living. Yeah.
right? Modern day young living.
Golly. Man.
Or young, Brigham Young. Anyways,
Wow.
it's nuts.
Yeah,
One
so
of
I
them
think
is
that
a,
I think that video that do you want to be a Mormon?
oh,
I
it's
think
creepy.
Tammy opening the door. I think you got a pretty good view that she was not
I,
treated well.
I heard you explaining that, and I was like, yes. But I also see a woman who is strong and
Yeah.
who is still, no matter, because I mean, I've been depressed. I go through my peaks and valleys, and there's times when I just was like, oh my god, my poor kids.
Yep.
And at least she got up and answered the door and helped them with their little skit.
Yeah, and
Give
that's
her that.
what's
That's what I.
absolutely. And when you look at the totality of her channel, it
Yeah,
really was geared towards kids. It was either her
it
children or
was.
it was even the kids that she had at school. And
Yep.
you see her, and it's just a shame, that a
It is.
loser like Chad Daybell is getting all this attention. And the reality is she's the one that started the publishing company. He couldn't even start his own publishing company. She had to do
Nope.
the work to get it started, and then he just
She
sort of
did
like vomited
everything.
words on a page and then said this is a book. They're not books. They're
Literally,
horrible.
literally, they're like
Yeah.
pamphlets.
That absolutely, they're exactly like pamphlets. That's right.
I'm like, I have text longer than
That's right.
that.
And
But
reading it is like a fourth grader. Yeah,
right,
right.
but
It's
it's riddled in there too. I mean, and that's something I haven't been able to really dive into. I've read some of his books, and I have that snippet from his Aaronic priesthood, the seven, whatever. And he actually reads his own book on Audible, and there's this clip or whatever, which I can't show it to you because I'm on my phone now. But he says the most important thing about telling the truth
is owning up to it, and da 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 da. I'm just like, you are a piece of shit.
It's like, really, Chad?
Hypocrite. Hi pot, I'm kettle. They can
Yes.
they can say the things because they were taught that, that's a cultural thing. But I mean, Tammy had her shoes. I remember hearing this on Hidden True Crime, you know, that her shoes were like worn. They were so worn. And here she is busting her ass to support Daybell and his concubinage
Yep.
dream, because
Yep.
that's what the church sets them up to do.
Yep. You guys, he did nothing.
Nope.
She worked to make income. She's the one that set up the publishing company and did the majority of the work with the publishing company.
Kids.
Chad just sat around saying, "Oh, I'm going to give you a blessing. Oh, I'm going to go and talk."
That's so gross.
Oh my
When I
God.
hear blessing in this case, I cringe because I'm like, I don't know what your blessing is. And like the women that were praying for my nephew and for all these victims to die, shame on them. But I was like,
Man.
hey, let's hey everybody here in this chat, let's pray for them. But I don't do that. I'm not dirty like that. What goes around
Yeah.
comes around. And
Listening to Colby on his phone call
that was
and
awesome.
saying, this what you guys did in no way resembles anything that we have been taught it through Jesus Christ and the message from the Bible. You don't
Nope.
sit around and pray for the deaths of people.
You
That
don't bless
is
people.
no, it's
You
crazy.
don't become a god. You don't. Okay, so there's the ironic
False
mixture.
idols. False
Yes,
idols.
it's blasphemy.
It
It's not
is.
even them. It's already there.
Yep.
The only thing, and this is just me and my brutal, honest opinion, this does not reflect on allegedly innocent here. This is just me. The only thing Jesus in this church is in the name, and that should piss us all off
Yep. Yep.
right there. Because what goes on, and they have the church and then they have the temple. That's how they initially weed out the wheat from the tares, so to speak. So you become, you know, Lori did her testimony about if he comes at you once, if he comes at you twice, if he comes at you three times. There it is. They
Yeah.
justify
Yeah.
things through the scriptures, not
That's
just
right.
her. They do.
That's right.
And she says to her bishop, "Give me a temple recommend, or I'm going to commit murder." And so he gives her a temple recommend. You have to be worthy to get a temple recommend.
Wow.
We
Wow.
can't just go in there. So that's weird. And so what goes on in the temple stays in the temple. The first rule about the second anointing is we don't talk about the second anointing.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
really
yeah.
gross.
And now, that's kind of, to me, that was my first eye opener with the whole second anointing is that if they had been given this, I guess, is it called a blessing?
It's an
Um,
ordinance.
Ordinance, yes, yeah. So if they were given this ordinance, then they basically become judge, jury, and executioner, because it says the only way
Mm-hmm.
that they can, lose their standing is if they drop innocent blood, but they're the ones determining if someone's innocent or not.
Well, this is my. I like your take because I was like, oh yeah, okay, there's that. You can't. The two sins. You cannot deny the Holy Ghost. Whoever the
Hmm.
Holy Ghost is to them, I don't know. But you cannot shed innocent blood. Well, in the way they believe about premortal, and then uh, the premortal spirit, and then your body. Okay, so John Dehlin got there, and he was a Mormon, and I was like, "Thank you, Jesus." Okay, you know, all okay. So they believe in disembodied spirit. Okay,
Yeah.
so when you have this mainstream normal Mormon belief, then once that their spirit or whatever, when that demon takes over, when that zombie takes over, they are no longer innocent. Do you get it?
Of
So
course,
they're
yeah.
not shedding innocent blood because they're no longer in their body.
That's right.
And
And and Chad added the little inducement. Here was the kicker, that the only way that you can save JJ and Tylee and Charles's souls is to kill the mortal body to release their souls so they can go on to their next life. They have more work to do.
um
You
and
can't just let their bodies, walk around, because then they're like in some
I get
kind
it.
of ether
I get it.
world, right?
But I get it. But
Obscene.
I still don't, if this church or whatever, if this corporation is all into this secret society kind of eyes wide shut, sacrificing and all that kind of thing, rich blood atonement, then I don't put anything past them. And actually, DJ Norman, I don't know if you've ever, he always would come into my comments, and I see him on other channels throughout these years. And I'm like, that dude is saying some weird stuff. I started kind of paid attention to what he was saying, but I didn't understand it. But he and I have talked quite a few times, and he has got this thing figured out with the Julian calendar and the Gregorian calendar. He's trying to teach me, but I'm like, I can't fit another thing in my head right now. And backwards, forwards, every date that they got married, every date, like
Yes.
Zelina saying that she went on a date with Alex, or
Yep.
what, they kissed for the first time October 31st.
Yep.
First off, how, when he was moving Melanie Pulaski. Two is, that date is significant to it's ritual murder. That's a better way. People accept that better, and not satanic ritual abuse. So it's ritual murder, and it's Mormons killing Mormons.
Ugh. Well,
That's how DJ explained it to me, and I was just like, oh my God. So, I mean, it's weird and it's foreign,
it is
but
weird and it is foreign, but
I think it's
cults have been
highly,
around a long time, right?
since the beginning of time.
Yeah, the cult issue has been around a long time. And it's hard to have these kind of conversations that we're having right now because people are
Mhm.
protective of their religion. And a
People
lot
are
of good
just
things have
offended.
happened. Go ahead.
People get so offended, but it's like they want a voice, they want to be heard, but they don't want to. And nobody, I'm talking about across the board, people don't want to take accountability, but they want to voice their opinion. Like, it's weird. It's Everybody's offended these days, and you got to say the
Yes.
proper term. I said I'm gonna
Tribalism is
sit
alive and well
Indian.
on YouTube.
I'm gonna sit Indian style, and I had a comment, and I mean they were very polite in how they corrected me, and I was like, well, first off, I have Indian in me. How?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, straight up. What do you know? I mean, just I'm not. I'm just not one of those people. I didn't learn about labels until all of this.
Yeah, labels are very powerful.
Yeah,
It's a conceptual communication. That's right. Yeah.
it's out there. It's a whole
But
new world.
you know, I do think that what Lori and Chad, what what they got themselves into, and I'm going to say this again, Melanie Gibb introduced all these people.
Up to her
Melanie,
eyeballs.
yeah, that's right. Melanie and Jason Mao were really at the heart
Up
of
there.
this,
Still
and
are.
they still are. That's the issue. That they're still at it, aren't they?
Yep.
They're still playing the same game.
The Fern Foundation just had a conference again.
Yeah.
Tim Ballard spoke. And he's in
Wow.
tight with the Attorney General Sean Reyes over there in Utah. Just it's all dirty, 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 dirty.
Well, money corrupts and power corrupts, and
When
you
Lindsay
got
Blake,
both. Yes,
look at Lindsay Blake said, "Power, whatever, money, power, and
money, power,
sex,"
and sex. There
and
you
I'm
go.
like, all the way to Joseph Smith and down.
There you go.
Like, because it's, yeah, I mean, that's what this is. It's what you allow is what will continue. I'm a firm
Yeah.
believer in that.
So I'm Methodist, and the Branch Davidians in Waco, that was another example of someone taking a denomination and
Bastardizing it.
that's the exact word that I was about to say, and I
Yeah.
thought, oh, maybe I shouldn't say that, I may offend someone, but yeah, bastardizing the denomination. He when you look at his history, he went through different levels of, I believe in Christ, I'm like Christ, I am Christ.
Right.
And
That's
Chad
my life.
Daybell,
Yeah.
Daybell did the same thing. Lori said, the prophet said this. When she talks about the
Uh,
prophet, she's talking about Chad. She's talking about
no,
Chad Daybell.
she's not. She's talking about President Nelson. I
Oh,
swear. I'm gonna have
I
to.
think she was. You don't. I think she was
Nope.
referring to Chad
When did
because
when like
somebody.
which reference was it?
Yeah, it could be. I think there's so many different prophets running around, right? I mean, everybody gets to be a prophet. If you're Mormon, you can say that you have dreams or you're a seer. You have all
Visions.
these.
Right.
Yeah, you have visions. Then suddenly you become some level of prophet, right?
And then you write books and then ego. Boom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. So anytime anybody begins to elevate themselves to these supernatural levels of, entitlement and power,
Yeah.
you got a problem brewing. You got a
We
bad
got
problem brewing.
we got lots of problems here. Um
So we're not attack. This isn't an attack on the Mormon religion per se. It's a
it's a
caution.
conversation. It's a
Yeah.
conversation that look on my screen saver. Oh, oh, I made it. It says we have to get comfortable talking about uncomfortable things if we want change. And this case has it all. It's got politics, religion, and her.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't. It's. I'm like, I really despise them because I'm like, oh my god, this is the worst position to be like thrown into. Um, if I mean, unless I was a brainwashed or something and just like, oh, okay, sure, you know, I just take you at your word for it. But
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
my navigational, my moral compass is like that. Something ain't right. A lot. Oh
Yeah.
no, that's not right.
And listen, what Crush is saying, Heather Daybell, she read Chad's book, hit like his
Yep.
autobiography, and the reason that people in Rexburg got so angry with her is because she was saying she's Mormon, her family is Mormon, and she read this book and she
Hmm.
said this is BS, this is
Right.
ridiculous. So
She saw
this
it
is
then.
not. Yeah, she saw it, and so this is not me or Kresha speaking out and attacking Mormonism, not by a long shot. This is
But then I
addressing.
say the elephant in the room.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
I want to know why my family was murdered, and these things play into this. The culture, the upbringing, the how
the
they're raised.
indoctrination. Yeah,
The common denominator is the church in all this,
it's
and
the
I think
it's
that's
the. I think it's not that. I think it's more than just simply the church. I think it's the church and its teachings that this magical, esoteric aspect to religion is normal and desirable. That if you can
misogyny. There you
say,
go.
I have visions, then somehow you elevate yourself. And the reality is that
Exactly.
people are fallible, and people that are hungry for meaning, they may be willing to say, I have visions, and they know damn well they don't. But if they
Right?
say it, then they're elevated by members of their ward and their
I I
congregation.
call it I call it folie et deux
There you go.
because
Absolutely.
except it's like folie de masses or something like that.
Yes. Yes.
Well, that didn't sound good. That sounded like I said dumbasses. But anyways, um,
Well, if the
But
shoe
it's like,
fits, crash.
if the shoe fits, you know, if the shoe fits,
Mass
it's so
delusion. Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
It's nuts, and it's contagious. It really is.
It is contagious. That's right.
It's it's nuts. I don't know what world I live in. It's like a mixture of The Wizard of Oz, a little bit of X Files, some Alice in Wonderland, and some
Now
other
let
crazy
me
stuff. And
but there's two things to keep in your head so you can keep your feet on the ground. Number one,
okay,
this was always here before you learned it. Just because you learned it, it doesn't mean that
absolutely,
it's new. It's there. That's what made it possible for Lori to do what she did. That
exactly.
so the problem is that you're on this deep dive for knowledge, and it can really be overwhelming.
It
So
is,
so
and it
take
is
care of
so much.
yourself. Like you got to step away
I'm
from it.
trying.
You got to have a
I'm in
vacation from
Boise.
it. I know. It's not a good
I'm in
place to
Boise. I'm in it. I needed Jason to send my hip boots or something because I'm in it. I'm in it, or my chest girders or something, because
That's
I'm
so
in this
funny.
shit deep. And
Yeah.
I don't think I don't look. I'm like, okay, let me look behind me, make sure nobody's.
I
I don't want to accept
know.
any drinks or anything, or
No.
you never
No.
know. I'm good. People kill for their beliefs,
Yeah.
and
They
guess
sure
we're
do.
here because of
They
it.
sure do. Yeah.
So
So,
it's
you know,
all
y'all go
bad.
to a movie, go do something, get your head, you know, it's okay to take a break from it because it's so much emotion, so much information, so
It
much.
is
Yeah.
so many opinions too.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking to a trauma coach the other day, and she was Mormon, and she's so nice, she's sweet. I mean, just gorgeous soul. But so I tried to start explaining, and she was like, nope, it's not second anointing. I was like, and I was like, I'm done.
Wow.
I'm out. I'm
Yeah.
so, Uncle Charles. Oh my God, Uncle Charles, I'm with you. you know,
Yeah, he lived it, didn't he? He was screaming,
yes,
"Someone help
that's,
us. We are in trouble
that's
here. We're in an area that is uncharted for me."
alert, alert. Yes.
Yeah,
And
so
that's what I'm
sad.
doing now. And I feel so bad for him.
I know.
I just
I'm
feel
so
bad for him.
sorry. So sorry for you
Oh,
guys.
we
It's
just
a
got to be better humans
we marvel, you know, we in the true crime community,
in the
we
know.
marvel. Yeah, we marvel at these cases, right? We're like, we look at it from the outside looking in, but you guys are in. Like y'all are, this is your lot, you're living it. So, you
Right.
know, it's
Yeah. You just
terrible.
gotta, I used to never hear my mom talk about God though. And my mom talks about God now. And so there's a lot of silver linings that come from this too.
Yeah,
I have an amazing online community
that's
from
right.
people all over the world. And we were brought together through these tragedies. And this is now going to be a cautionary tale. It is.
Yeah,
That's what this is.
absolutely. Absolutely.
And we're all we're all prophets. We all have a mouth, we all have a voice. They don't. We got to do that for them. They
Yep.
deserve it. And let's prevent future victims, because God knows of all the ones we don't know,
Yeah,
you
speak
know.
up. You know, like what you never forget Charles Vallow.
No.
Never forget
He's
those body cam images of Charles Vallow talking to the cops, people that are supposed to be rational, and
doing
saying,
everything right.
"Yes,
He he
we
went
need
to
some
his
help."
ecclesiastic he went to his ecclesiastical leaders. He went to the police. I mean, really, I'd have kicked her ass. I'm
Yeah.
just saying.
You
I'd
know
been
what? The
like,
one
girl,
thing I wonder, I'll tell you this, you know, because I'm a mental health expert. Um, did she really go and get this evaluation? Because
I
there
don't
is
think
no,
so.
I'm gonna
Better
tell you,
show me
in
some
my
papers.
world, yeah, in my world, You don't walk in, get a mental status exam, and say, "Okay, you're fine, goodbye." No, 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 no.
Yeah,
To
I passed
talk
with
to
flying
someone,
colors.
no, that is not,
Yeah,
to do the things that she was doing. That is not a 15-minute conversation.
and
She should
my
have been
my
given an
friend Jen.
MMPI. I mean, there's a lot that should have been done with this lady.
Now this is something we're digging into. My friend Jen, she's into policy and everything, and especially health, hospital health policy. And so that's what she figured out a long time ago. She was like, it was an involuntary committal. She
Yeah,
said, and she's like, you don't just get that's 72 hours,
that's exactly right. And that 72
That's just
hours is
another,
used for assessment.
right. Not just, hey, Mel, sit out here in the waiting room. Tyree, go
No.
pick JJ up and come scoot me back up. Oh, I passed with flying colors. Yeah, you didn't.
So my
You didn't
so
go.
my question is, how in the world did she wiggle out of not going? Why weren't they picking her up? Like
Exactly.
what happened to the safety net that is there for the community? That if you've got a person
I
who
don't
may
know.
be a danger to themselves or to other people, they need that assessment. I mean, there's
Right.
medications, there's all kinds of things that can help.
There, yeah. I mean, it just goes with everything else. And how I look at it from my belief system, I look at it as this just this was meant to happen, and or you know what I mean. It was to uncover something far more dark and far more sinister, just like I dreamt. My uncle told me in a dream,
Yeah.
and I didn't know how ugly and dark, but everything failed them.
Yeah,
Everything,
it did. It really, so many
every.
layers of protection just broke down.
It was a yeah. So I mean, I hate
And
that it
why?
happened
Why did they all
for
fail?
nothing.
It's amazing to me. How is it that you get this lady moved from Connecticut? You got all these people moving into
Hmm.
Rexburg. Why is nobody looking around them going, "This is getting weird. This is
Right.
weirdness."
It's not weird to them, but to all of us, we're like, what? You know? And
Well, you know what no
only
one's talked
until
about? Here's something to me that's very important, and I have not heard anybody really talk much about it. You know, the day that, so they did their podcast that night before. The next day,
hmm
they all went with Daybell to look at land, David Warwick specifically, who is a builder, and they were supposed to
hmm
be meeting to see about what? Building houses for the calling? Building housing. What was the whole point
they
of what
were
Chad was
they
trying to
were
do?
they were doing a ritual for JJ because
That's what I thought.
um
That's what is it. That's what I
I
fear.
don't know that. I mean, I just know that though. I ain't heard that. They're not gonna say that. But
I mean, look at who was
um
there, right?
yeah, everybody but JJ.
God, it's just incredible.
and there's text from Lori to Alex, meet me at the terrestrial church. I'm telling you right now, I'm telling well, let me not tell you on here. But
Yeah, yeah, we can talk
y'all are
later.
smart. Y'all are
Yeah,
very smart people, and
yeah,
y'all can connect the dots.
yep,
And I believe maybe even Tammy too
yeah,
in the temple, sealed away.
yep.
I don't. I can never prove any of this crap. That's the crazy crap. I'm just like, not like they're gonna just say, "Hey, you're right. We're sorry." They've never even mentioned the victims' names, not one time, and they were active, worthy. My uncle held a temple recommend. He paid that church $12,000 just for
See,
himself. I have the
see,
receipt, original
it's
from
obscene.
Hawaii.
It's obscene. It's
Let
obscene
pay me to
to
so
come
I can
be
tell
a.
you what to do and hold your salvation. And
It's awful.
Yeah, hold your
It's
salvation
awful.
above you.
Yeah,
So
it's
it's
awful.
gross.
It
That's my
is.
word. That's the biggest
It
word I can come
is.
up with.
It is. Yeah, it is.
So,
But yeah, David Warwick during the preliminary when he got up on that stand, he was trembling like a leaf. That man was terrified. Why?
yeah,
Why? Why was he so
because
frightened?
I picture him in one of the Black Hood. I swear to God, like I can't help what I see or feel or picture. They make you fill in the blanks because they leave out lying by omission, and their stories didn't line up. Period. To begin with,
Yeah.
it didn't make sense when
Nope.
she was being interviewed with the Rexburg Police Department with her bang. She had that bang thing,
She's
and
ridiculous.
she got nervous and her body language, she was like stressed, because
Oh
she
yeah,
was
she
having
just
to,
about chewed her lips off.
yeah,
I've never seen anybody so
scratching her
nervous.
nose,
Yeah.
and she was sucked down so much water of them damn water jugs. I was
Yeah.
like, oh my God, what are you
Not to
covering up?
mention, not to mention the just ball-faced lies, just completely different versions of the same important meeting, right? Just completely different.
Or, or that I can't recall. Me and Jason, when we hear that, we're like, I can't recall one time
Yeah.
in my life. We just go through the whole thing. Or I say core horror. I do. I use core horror a lot.
It's
And then I was like, wait,
unbelievable.
let me Google that. Let me Google that and see what that means. And I found it on Wiki Fandom. First off, core horror, it means Antichrist. So I was
Oh
like,
my
okay, I just
God.
want to make sure I'm not blasphemy.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
so lore horror fits her.
Yeah, no, I don't think that this, calling out, putting a spotlight on the actions of this group. I don't think there's no
Mhm.
blasphemy there because there's not a God among them, not one,
Nope. They're
not one.
lowercase,
Yeah,
self elected God. Actually, I mean that's what the second anointing does. The whomever the not Moroni, but that's just a code word for you know maybe the president says, hey, you're a king, Chad, you're a priest, and um king, priest, wait, and a god. And then to
yeah,
Lori, they lay their hands on her head and they say, you're a priestess, a queen, and a goddess. And so when you go through that washing and anointing, that polygamous second anointing, you then are inducted into the church of the firstborn.
that's
And the church of
and
the
that's where it goes
firstborns,
wrong. That's right.
the church of the firstborns mission is to what? Usher
Yep.
in the second coming of Jesus Christ, and
Mm-hmm.
you become a member of the 144,000.
There you go.
And if y'all remember in Ian's documents, that was just, they were just over healing and music. So there's other departments in this company
Wow.
who are over other
Wow.
things.
Well,
So,
I can't help but think about the way that this group was going on and them talking about being a priest or a priestess of the 144,000. We're right
mm-hmm.
back to worshiping a golden calf.
Yep.
That is what this group was up to.
I have a friend of mine. Oh, I love her. She's so dear to me. And actually, her daughter worked at Life Academy. So, but anyways, she's down there in Arizona, and she says to us, the Lamb of God, that's Jesus Christ. And she said when they hear it, and I mean by they, it could be whatever. She says they say dinner, and I was like, oh my God,
Wow.
that is so
Wow.
compelling right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's scary. It's scary. I'm not a
It
religious person. I mean, I wasn't raised that way. Um, I just always knew I was raised Catholic, went to CCD, just never clung to a church. And the Pope, I was just like, and
Yeah.
There's no,
Yeah.
he looks creepy, you know.
Why's he got a fish head
Um,
on his head?
yeah. Why's my papa? My papa shook hands with him.
Oh, wow.
My papa went and studied in Rome. That's Charles and my mom's dad.
Wow.
He wrote a book. It was about Revelation. So there you go.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it's nuts.
Well, yeah, it is. But I think for me, I think when I made that leap from looking at Chad and Lori on the individual level, this is mental illness, this is craziness in
Yeah.
action.
Even the
And then the
judge.
yeah, and then as you learn more and you recognize, no, 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 this is a system. There's a
This is bigger.
system in place that is. Now
Yep.
I don't think I've reached the level you're at. I don't think
I don't want you
I've
to.
yeah, I don't think I've gotten to that point of that it was like how do I say it? Kind of like state sanctioned, like the 15
Just say the
elders,
third tier. The third tier.
the third tier. Okay, so maybe I haven't
Oh my
reached
God.
that point, but I'm absolutely certain that there was a organization that gave
Is
birth to
is
Lori and Chad. There was somebody molding
is
them and empowering them to believe they could do this with such hubris. There's no doubt in my mind
right.
about that.
That's that when you look at it like that, when you say, okay, the second anointing does this to the psyche of two murderous people, people with murder in their hearts, you cannot do this. I mean, there's people that have gone through the second anointing that have talked about it. And this one guy, Tom Phillips, he was like, I kept waiting to see Jesus. I kept waiting to meet Jesus. For real.
How do you
And
get there?
I'm
How do
not
you
making
get to
fun of
that
him.
point in your life?
They know no different.
Wow.
It's just like Santa Claus. It's just like the Tooth Fairy.
Yeah.
It's, I mean, when so I look at the Daybell siblings and I'm just like, okay, okay, okay. I try to, I'm not a psychiatrist. I have no psychology background. Mine is just pure experience. And yes, I will. I was never going to write a book. There was somebody that kept asking that. I was not, because it's not about me. But I guess in a way, as a public service, first off,
No,
that that
I think you guys have a tremendous story to tell that would be like you said, that cautionary tale. I think that
yeah,
messaging, that image of Charles begging for help, and you've got Gabe Vanilla and Jason Mao right around the corner. It I think your story needs to be told because I think it opens people's eyes to their own reality. Is this what's happening in my
right.
home? Is this happening to
Just
my loved one?
that's what, yeah. Whenever the kids were missing, I mean, I stopped it. No, I would have sold my soul to the devil. I was
Absolutely.
just being sarcastic at the time, but I mean, you know what I mean. Just you will stop at nothing,
That's right.
and it's like you're living in this constant fight or flight. You're just fight or flight. I don't remember a whole year of my life really, and I remember looking when I found Reddit, and I was like, they had the satanic people, so I pretend like I'm like, hey, what y'all doing in here? Okay, y'all being okay? All right. I don't see nothing weird.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all passed.
Right, right, right.
And so I just kept looking, and then I stumbled upon it. Then I met Jen, and then I started we a quick friendship. Like I never knew that I'd find somebody, a girl in Utah who was an ex-Mormon, that I
Yeah,
just adore. And she's the only person that just, just, I mean, she listened to me, and we would just send things back and forth to each other. And she's like, oh my God. Oh my God. And then I'm like, oh my God, and then when I told her I think it goes up to upper management, she was like, no, I don't think so. And I was like, and so we just left it at that. And A couple months later, she's like, "Oh my God, I think you're right." I was
You may
like,
be
"That's the three
right.
Nephites. That's the three Nephites. God dang it,
Yeah,
that's the three
yeah,
Nephites."
yeah, yeah.
It's just code, and this is how it works because then they dub her as crazy.
Of
So she's not
course.
crazy. She's not
Yeah,
that kind of crazy. That's something
yeah,
me and my parents have said. We're like, she's no, that bitch is crazy. She's not
yeah.
that kind of crazy, guys. But it just sucks, and I don't. The death penalty thing, I really don't care. I don't want them to have the firing squad because then that's blood atonement.
That yeah, and you martyr her at that point, right?
Yep, yep,
So yeah. Um,
yep. Hey, we had this weird. I'm gonna leave you on this. We had this last Tuesday. It was the second day we were here. My mom testified Monday. Brandon testified Monday. Tuesday, mom knew, like, we knew that it was going to get even more graphic, right?
yeah.
And um, so mom and Brandon went to brunch, and so she didn't come because she was smart.
Good.
And
Yeah. Got to
and so
take
it was
care of
just me and my
yourself,
dad,
Krista. You got to take care of yourself.
right?
Yeah.
Oh, I hauled butt. But so it's just me and my dad, and it was hard. They showed pictures, and I actually saw some pictures that they hadn't brought. They were about, gathering them together to put them, I guess, exhibit. I'm learning all these things. Um, and to introduce them into exhibit or whatever. And I saw the red, and I was like, no, that's JJ, and I was
Oh,
like,
yeah.
okay. And so I threw, because you can't just walk out. You're in the
Right.
main courtroom. I could spit on Lori. That's how close she is.
Yeah.
And we had looked at each other a couple times. I smiled at her the first time, very passive aggressively.
Good for
I know
you.
I gave her go to hell eyes, but there was this. So I put my earbuds in. I was finding anything on YouTube just to play so I wouldn't hear,
Yeah.
and because I couldn't just bolt out. And so I was just trying to ground myself and drown it out. And then I heard he was like, "We're gonna go ahead and take a lunch." Boy, me and her locked eyes. It was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced. So we lock eyes, but nothing was said, if that makes any sense.
Sure.
Because usually when you look at people and lock eyes with them, you say something. I was saying all kinds of stuff to her before,
Yeah.
but that was long and awkward, and we just had like a stare off, but like it was blank. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I left, went and met my mom. She got a text. She was like, "Oh my God, there's something going on at the courthouse." And I was like, "Well, Mom, don't go up there. It's a trap. Don't. You're not gonna be able to unsee that shit, okay?"
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so I was like, maybe she's pleading guilty or something. And then so we go, we park illegally, we slide in there 2 minutes before, Archibald stands up, and he's like, "Okay, we know she's lying, hooker, but she don't want to be here today."
Yeah.
Basically. And Judge Boyce was like, "Well, you're gonna stay put, kiddo." And then me and mom bolted out the door. I was like, "All right, let's get the hell out of here."
Yeah. Yeah.
It was too much. The monkey mask,
Yeah.
those white Tyvek suits, the monkey mask, the ghillie suit, the rope
I
that
just
was
learned about
black
I
and
just learned about the ghillie suit.
yeah, it's just like brush, like your
I Yeah, I
a
know
mountain
what it
brush.
is, but I didn't know that they had
Yeah,
found one.
I didn't know how to spell it, so I spelled it
Yeah.
like my last name. That's I come from the Gillies, but anyways, I was like, these are some. I mean, I knew they were sadistic, but it just the guns, the ammo, the cartridges, the knives, JJ's Star Wars backpack, Tylee's stuff not being there. It's the little things that piss me off and trigger
Yeah.
me. The
Yeah.
$10.04 moving from Tylee's bank account to Lori's. It's
Incredible.
just like, wow.
Incredible.
Wow.
So all of
So
that, so that information about that Lori was going around telling people that she and Charles were out of money, what was that about? Why was she doing that?
that that see, I was wondering the same thing, and I was thinking maybe she was saying that because Charles was like, "We're Colby's old enough. He's needs to grow up." He was being what do you call that? The tough love.
Yeah.
That's the kind of parent I am. I'm just like, well,
Well, and Charles was paying for Lori's parents'
everything.
crap too, which is crazy, right?
And on the sly, I mean, Lori's still sending Colby, money. Then, they got married, or Colby and Kelsey got married, and then they had a baby, and they were living with them. You know what I mean? Like, it was just
Yeah.
like, hey, but, Cole and Zach, they were out of the house. They weren't there.
Yeah. Go get a job and
You have to do that. It sucks.
sure.
It hurts, yes. You can watch them
Even
fall a little bit.
even a bird pushes the baby out of the nest eventually and says, flap your wings,
Right?
buddy. Yeah, let's go.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you'll never learn. It enabled. That's what's wrong with this. And so I think maybe that could have been Lori doing it because Charles was maybe saying, "Hey, I don't
Enough.
know. That's
Yeah.
my theory. I need to ask my
Yeah.
mom, really." But
Yeah,
I
I
could,
thought that was interesting because it made me think maybe Charles was trying to, get her parents, her family off of
off
his
the teat,
payroll. Yeah, there you
off the
go.
teat.
Not I wasn't thinking about Colby and them because, young people need help every now and then, but
Right, right.
for him to be paying for Lori's family stuff, that's just they
23
were
phones.
they were just
23,
using
23 phone lines. Yeah.
yeah, they were just using his good nature.
Janice even wrote a text to Alex and said, "I love Charles, and he's letting Lori, turn the phones back on, and he got her own rental." It's all superficial. It's
Yeah.
unfortunately with Janice, it's skin deep. Anyways,
Ooh, that was so catty. Come sit over here by me.
yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I found your channel. I really
I am
am.
glad. Yeah, absolutely. I've really enjoyed hearing your ideas and listening, and yeah, there's a lot to learn from this case to try to avoid it. Even a tenth of all that this group did. To
Yeah.
learn about it so that you can stop it in the future is really critical.
Well,
Really critical.
my advice to practicing Mormons is, I am in no way attacking your religion, your beliefs.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm here to do. Because I really do have a lot of compassion and empathy, and I can't imagine what that must feel like.
Yeah.
But all I'm asking for is the same, is if people will, put their beliefs to the side or whatever it is to the side and just try and see it, not even through my shoes, see it through the victims.
Yeah.
Do
Absolutely.
this for them.
Through Tammy Daybell's eyes.
Jeez,
Yeah.
that's
Good point.
Can we be their advocate,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
anyways, so I don't know. I know it sucks. It's a very crappy situation, and it doesn't have a happy ending. But that my uncle said, "Love always wins." That's
Yeah.
something that I hashtag the shit out of because at the end of the day, it may not have won in his particular situation, but my uncle died being himself.
Yes.
He died, he was murdered because he loved, and he loved and cared for everybody around him his entire life. And he was a very chivalrous, well spoken. He loved people. When you talked to him, he engaged. He looked at you. He was engaged, and he was so corny. Oh my god, I'm corny too, so I get it. But love always wins at the end of the day. At the end of our life, it's the only thing that matters. is the love we put out and the love that we'll allow yourself to receive it too, because you deserve it,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
and that will help heal this world. This world is just going to hell in a handbasket if
We're
we let
definitely
it.
in weird times. That's right. That's right.
If we let
Well,
it.
I am so
But
glad that you came up to talk. When I decided to go live at 4 a.m., never in a million years did I think.
I'm
I
a
thought
night
there'd be
owl.
like, oh, well, I am really glad that you came up and we talked. I enjoyed it. So are you going to
Absolutely.
go? Are you going to court today?
Oh yeah. I'm
Okay.
waiting on. I heard it. I don't know where I heard it from because I was not there yesterday. But and then again, anyway. So don't take this as this is just rumor and speculation. But I've heard somewhere that Nate said that there's like a bombshell audio or something coming, and I was like, April Raymond, really?
Oh,
Not. I mean, she was on the stand, but I think they released her. I'm not sure. But I'm waiting on Melanie Palau. I'm waiting on Melanie's.
yeah.
I might
So that was
catch
good.
her outside.
Yeah, so that was going to be like the topic of this live. I'm going to have to change the title of it because I didn't talk about what
Oh,
I thought I was going to. No, no, no. I
sorry.
enjoyed far
I
more
do it.
talking to you. Yeah, but I think that's kind of where we're getting to at this point, right? So we got Melanie
I think so.
Pulowski, and then they should be starting to present information about Tammy Daybell.
I
And
would
Mike,
think, or in the forensics, or
I
you
mean,
know,
this is her case. So
this
where
is
are
her
her,
case.
like, are we going to hear from any of the children? Are we going to hear from her family members? Like, where's this going?
I can tell you just from what I've heard, from my parents. And I mean, they're not being ugly. They're just like, it's so odd, because I mean, I really think Samantha, Tammy's sister, I think she's a Spitfire.
Okay.
I really do. I
Okay.
like her.
Is is
And
she is she coming to court?
I have no idea. But mom
Okay.
said that every time, they'd go to Rexburg or whatever, and they'd be there, and mom and Larry would be there. They'd just kind of stay off into their own little corner.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's a cultural thing or if it's
Yeah.
just I have no idea. They don't either. They're like baffled by it. We're Southern too, so there's that.
I know. We're just like everybody come.
uh,
The more the
Give me
merrier.
a hug. Give
That's
me a
right.
hug. Yeah, that's just how we roll.
Sure,
In
absolutely.
person. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
Um
I
yeah,
Tammy's birthday's
it's
the day after mine.
is it really?
Yeah, hers is May 4th, mine's May 3rd, and so for a woman I've never met, I mourn her.
Yeah.
I really do,
Yeah.
and
So
I
many,
one
so
day
much.
hope to hear her voice. I want to hear her voice one day. Really, like I really legit want to hear what she sounded like
Yeah. Yeah.
because she didn't have a voice here. It seemed like
Do you think Heather Daybell will be? Do you think she'll be
I hope
called?
so. I hope so.
I
I
just,
I have no
I'm,
idea. The witness list is secret.
I know, right?
I
Well,
gotta pick
everything
up.
is secret with
Yeah.
voice. Everything. Never
No,
have I seen a case
it's
where they kept the
sacred.
witness list secret. I've never seen that.
Hostage,
Never
just like
seen
the
that.
bodies
It's
of these
crazy.
babies. I'm like, are they trying to terrorize us?
Yeah.
Did we
Why
piss
can't
them
we?
off?
Yeah. Why can't we?
Can you
Why can't you
release?
guys have funerals? Why can't you have
Oh wait,
funerals?
they'd probably have to say, that they'd probably go to Lori. The way
It's
it's been going
crazy.
here lately. I'm
Yeah, it's
like,
crazy.
okay.
Yeah.
I think Larry would nut up.
Oh, oh
he's
no, I
he's gonna
can't.
bury his boy, and I
Yeah,
can't
of
imagine
course.
having the kids separated or going to the Coxes. They're not going to
Yeah,
include us for Tylee.
yeah.
So we're gonna do like 3 memorials, which
Well, so my understanding is that okay, in technicality, it would be Colby is Tyler's next to kin, correct?
yes,
Okay,
It would be
so
Colby.
yeah, and I'm sure Colby would see
I
the
think Larry would have a good talking to him. I mean, look, now when Colby was finished testifying, Mom and Larry, they they hugged him
good,
and they let him. I mean, we always have,
good.
but after that, all that other stuff with his wife, I'm not a judge. Thank God, that's God's job. you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Um, anyways, look at what he's got to work with. He wasn't exactly raised by the mother of the year.
Well,
But
I think
he
it's
needs
bigger.
support.
Yeah, it's not
What?
so much that he wasn't raised by mom of the year and he had these traumas and whatnot. I think you also have to factor in that he's lost everything. Everything's
Everything.
gone.
So yeah, and I told that to Mom. I was like, well, Cole and Zach have lost everything too. That's their siblings too, you know. But they're step and or their dad's dead. And I'm like, because she murdered them. She forfeited her damn rights, in my opinion, when she
Oh,
waxed
well,
them
of
out of off
course.
the earth.
Yeah.
But I was like,
It
he wasn't adopted in Idaho,
so
jerk.
these were his siblings, but they have their mom, they have
Right.
there's still a
That's yeah.
core foundation, right? That
Right.
but she destroyed Colby's life. She blew his life into
He never had a
smithereens.
chance. He
It's
never had a
terrible.
chance. Just like Tylee never had a chance.
Like who's
JJ
he got?
never.
He has y'all. That's who he's got. He's
Us,
got y'all. That's right. That's exactly
us,
right. So
and yeah,
he's grasping, and I don't blame his
it's
wife one
hard.
bit for trying to breathe and trying to get some air, and he did wrong.
Actually,
He did wrong, he
yes,
did.
he did.
Yeah.
That's not a good. You don't do that.
All right.
No means no, but look at Lori.
But the
No, she doesn't take no
desperation.
for an answer. Lori didn't
But
take no
look,
for an answer either.
looking for a connection, right? Look, trying to get back to
Right,
you're my
right,
family, this is where I belong, and you're being denied that. He
right.
was 100% wrong, but boy, he is struggling. He's
But
suffering.
he will learn. He's young, still
Hmm.
younger. He will learn. That's what we do. I know. I call myself. I'm a whole asser because I
Yeah,
don't. I either whole ass do good or a whole ass do bad. There's no in
there you go.
between.
There you go. There you
And
go.
you do backslide, but
Yeah,
you also make steady progress the whole time.
yeah,
So he's gonna be okay. I really think so. But you know what? He stood up to that demon ass mom of his.
yeah. They said,
She he's a spiritual giant, in my opinion, Barry Cox.
yeah, yeah.
uh,
Well, I think it was Nate Eaton said that when he finished, he stood up and he looked at Lori for about 3 seconds with just intense
disgust.
disapproval and disgust. And so
And he
he's
has
making
every damn
progress.
right.
Yeah, he's making progress. He's making progress.
And
And this.
where I'm sorry. I'm
No, no,
so
you're fine. Go
sorry
ahead.
for short
You're fine.
notice.
Go ahead.
Whenever I think Kelsey, because Kelsey wasn't Mormon. I
Hmm.
think that's who showed, you know, that's the seed that she planted with Colby for him to find Jesus
Yes.
and the grace of God and just to know how that works and how it's different,
Yeah.
you know? And it's hard for anybody to grieve, much less as a couple. Hell, my mom and dad got married.
Yeah. Yeah.
They were JJ, because of all this technicality stuff. They've been divorced for 22 years. They've been together though, and then all this stuff came up about well, Kay's JJ's whatever aunt. I'm like, no, I'm his damn aunt. I'll kick your ass.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
I thought that was more of Archibald's slime to say that that was a label that Kay gave herself.
un,
I was like,
un,
you
our,
asshole.
aren't we all screaming at our TVs right now? Yes,
Yes.
you
Yes.
uncalled for. My neighbors probably are like, dang, she needs to shut up. But
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was that was, I'm gonna kick
It
his ass.
was, it was,
He's talking about
I
bombs
was
and
like,
shit. And I'm like,
I literally yelled. I was like, sorry, buddy, but that is his biological grandmother. What are you talking
yeah,
about?
DNA.
Yeah,
Trust me, it wasn't
DNA.
drawn from Janice
That's
or
right.
Laura Horror. It
Yep.
wasn't drawn. That's you
Yep.
can't identify him with any of that.
That's
You
right.
know,
That's right.
cheese and rice, cheese and rice.
Yeah, I thought that was very low of Archibald.
It was,
Yeah.
and everybody's like, "Well, Lori put him up to it." I'm like, "He's his own damn person."
Sure, he doesn't have to buy into her crap.
He was a
Absolutely.
judge. He was a judge before.
Archibald was?
Um, yeah.
I didn't know that.
And I've been seeing John Pryor. I'm like, "Hey, what's up?"
Yeah, I heard
Archibald.
he'd been skulking about.
I'm like, "Don't you have a case to prepare for?" And he was like, "I am." No, he didn't say that, but I mean, it's insinuated,
So,
you know.
so does he look,
He looks
in
good
real
lately.
life, he looks what?
He looks like he's been going to rehab. No, he doesn't look
Really?
as. You know how he just looked like maybe he might hit the bottle or something. You
Oh,
know,
I think, oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
but he's been looking pretty dapper.
Well, good. That is
Uh,
good. Good. I was wondering
yeah,
if he, to me, in court, his demeanor, he's kind of like this salty, kind of,
he's a good
grumpy.
attorney. I mean, if I just saying, devil's advocate here, if this was me, I'd want him over all of them.
Yeah,
For real.
yeah, yeah. So in
You
real
know,
life, like without the whole courtroom decor, and all that decorum, is he kind of cold and harsh, or is he more warm and
no,
open?
he's friendly. You know, he smiles. He nods his head or whatever.
All right, good. Yeah,
Larry's always went and shook every one of the defense attorney's hands. Always,
yeah,
every
yeah.
time, every time.
Good.
He just he and I love that he does that because it's like,
Keep
here,
JJ
you know
front and
who I
center.
am,
That's
right
right. I'm
there.
here.
Not
Yep.
just JJ, Kylie too. You
Yep.
know,
Yep.
um, Kylie too. She was very much a part of our family, just as much. You know, I mean, it's tragic. Poor
It
babies
is. Absolutely.
and
It's
victims.
a
Just
terrible,
Charles,
terrible
Tammy,
thing.
Joe. I just that's why I include him. I advocate they're all together. You know, and because I don't know if we'll ever get the justice for Joe. I don't even know if
I
we'll get it
think
for Charles.
I think he was victim number one. He was the
I
first
think so
one.
too.
Yeah, he was the first one.
Yeah, I think so
So
too. I really do. I want to know what the hell they do to make. Oh, and then they had a guy. I'm glad I didn't go yesterday because they had someone in the next courtroom have a heart attack. I was like, they'd have had to put me in the damn stretcher next to him because I'd had panic
ah,
attack
yeah,
so
yeah,
bad. You know, it's already
yeah.
tense up there. It's so tense,
I bet.
and I don't retain anything. If so, I might try the overflow room today. Just see if I can just retain some things, like I'm watching it
So
here or something.
yeah, so I went to the Barry Morphew preliminary
Wow.
hearing. It was like a 3-day hearing. Um, the first day I was in the courtroom, and it's a weird feeling, right? Because you've got the family there, and there's tense. Everybody's really tense. I
Is
did
the
end up going.
defendant?
Yeah,
Yeah.
right. He's a creepy guy. That's another story. I need to. He has got a way about him that is very uncomfortable. And then listen. So my daughter lives in Aspen, Colorado, and so we always go. We go up there all the time. And
Yeah.
At Christmas we were there, and we were at one of the mountains there. In near to Aspen, and it was where they did the X Games. And so we
Okay.
were sitting there, and my husband and I went in. We were getting something to drink, and we sat down at a table to kind of watch where they were doing jumps. They were like practicing for these games, and I look up. And directly across, I mean, there was probably like 7 or 8 tables in between us, but directly across the restaurant, guess who's sitting there in all of his glory?
Not his wife.
No, not his wife, but Barry Morphew. I
Oh,
think I think that it might have been like one of his sisters, and then Shoho. But that was pretty chilling because it didn't. I looked up and I was like,
it makes it
oh my!
real.
It
It
was
makes
very
it real.
real.
You're
It.
like,
I was like, he should be in jail. I named my bird Barry behind bars. Okay, so anyway,
you
so I
know what
looked up
birds? You know what? You know what birds don't fly? Jailbirds. Anyways,
jailbirds.
go ahead.
There you go. So
My
so
apologies.
I look up and he's across the way. They're sitting there eating, and then you could tell you could see it in his face when he noticed me. Like you could see him stop and look, and I was like, "Well,
Ah,
this is uncomfortable."
hello,
So-
hello,
right,
top of the morning to you.
that's right. I looked at
Who's
my
been around
husband.
lately?
I know, right? And I said to my husband, I said, "You'll never believe who's sitting across the way." And he turned around and looked. He said, "Is that Barry?" He always goes, "I think Barry's innocent. Oh, Barry's a good guy." Like
That
you
sounds
are
like me and
crazy.
Jason when we watched the Alex Murdaugh trial. I was like, I don't know, because I don't follow them because I can't. I ain't got enough brain space or energy.
Yeah.
But I did watch the trial, or most of it, and I was like, I don't know, maybe he didn't. And then I went, well, there you go.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
just
yeah.
they're just really good at manipulating people and
Man, he took the
selfish.
stand. That he was
I'm waiting on this liquor.
smooth as melted butter, right? That was crazy how easy he could lie to people. It's crazy.
Yeah, and he would look at them like Amber
Yes.
Heard did.
Yes.
You know,
Yes. Yes.
Do you think Lori's going to take the stand?
I'm going to tell you why I think it's a possibility. I don't think she should, but I think it's a real
Yeah, I don't
possibility.
either.
And the reason I think it's a possibility is because she's so narcissistic. She's
Yep.
so narcissistic, and she has such a God complex. She
Yep.
feels justified and vindicated in what she did. I think it's a real possibility she gets up there and uses it to try to, use it as a pulpit.
Yep. That's what I think too.
Yeah,
That
so
and because she's having to sit there. I mean, I really don't know how trials work. Um, so, like, I know that the defense is doing their cross examination and all that stuff, right? But
but
do
they're
they
not
get a
doing
turn?
much. They're not doing
I
much.
know they're not. They're
It
not at all.
Yeah, I've never seen
During
anything.
listen, straight up during the opening statements while Jim Archibald was opening with his voice, Thomas was falling asleep. I was like, look at this shit. His eyes were, look, John Candy and Chris Farley.
Yeah, that's exactly what he looks like. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
here, I think. Yeah.
yeah, so they're not so far they're not doing anything, and yes, they do get a turn. So they
Okay, so they
will
can call their. Go ahead.
they can, but listen to this. Supposedly, they don't have anybody on their witness list. So
Oh,
are they even well because some theoretically, do you hear Barry? Hey, Barry,
oh no,
hush.
he's loud.
Hush up. So theoretically, they don't have to say a word because they don't prove her innocent. It's up to the state to prove her guilt. So
Right.
they don't have to say a word if they think that the state had weak evidence and the jury didn't believe them. They'll just say, no, we rest. We don't have anything to offer here. So I don't know, but I can't believe that Lori, in this situation, I can't believe that Lori would just say, "Oh, let me just roll the dice and take my chances." I think she's going to want to be heard. I think she's going to want her platform. Yeah. So.
Yeah. I don't know. It's nuts. I don't understand it. I don't do the legalese. That's Jason. Jason usually he's like, it's just this, blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh my gosh, So I do the I'm in public. I do the Mormonese and he does the legalese.
Yeah.
And
Is
so
he an
together we're
attorney?
like,
Is Jason
Jason
an
knows that he
attorney?
needs to go take his damn bar
He needs to,
exam. I'm
right?
like, dude, go. Don't get it waked up.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
He's just got that kind of mind.
Yeah.
With 2 strokes. He had 2 strokes in October. And he's
Oh my
still
God.
just so it's a ripple effect. I'm telling you.
Wow. I'm so
So
sorry. I had not heard
well
that.
no, he's a freak of nature. God God really does like me. No. You know what I mean. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
'cause we're
Wow.
gonna get
Gosh.
married actually in
Yeah.
in July. July.
Congratulations. Well, I had heard you talking about y'all getting married, so very nice.
Yeah.
You,
It's been
I hope you and your little freak are happy together forever and ever.
right? Good. Lori got arrested on the day we were supposed to get married. I was like, well, there you go. All right.
Uh-oh.
That'll overshadow it. Bitch.
So July, y'all will be tying the knot.
That's what he wants for his birthday. I'm like, you are a glutton for punishment.
Yeah. Are you
Obviously.
sure? Are you sure, Jason? You want to do this?
He's had 5 years to back out. But,
Y'all are
no,
y'all at
he's a good
5 years.
guy.
Y'all are stuck together.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's a
So
long time. Yeah.
the only way out is death, and that is not a challenge. No, I do not have life insurance, and good luck with that. Anyway, I don't know. It's a nutty day. I'm gonna try and tweet today, though,
Oh,
if I
good.
can,
Yeah.
when I
I
can.
yeah, I'll be
They
working
kept me
today,
busy.
so I'll be watching tweets. I'll
Yeah.
go over to your Twitter. Do you want to put your Twitter in the chat? What's your Twitter name? I follow you, but I don't remember what it's named. At what?
It's Pressure K, I think. I don't know if it's.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
that's
it's
it.
Pressure K.
Crush, okay. All right, y'all. So there's her tweet. There's her Twitter account. If y'all want to follow her, she'll be live tweeting today.
And then, yeah, y'all go. I know it sucks. My YouTube channel, not it don't suck, but
It doesn't. It's
I
great.
cover
You.
religion. I cover, the. But there's things that I put together. There's one video called "Is the Church Culpable?" or something like that,
Yeah.
and just go watch that. If you watch that, you're like, oh.
It,
It's
no,
just one of
I.
those.
Yeah,
Aha.
I've told people a long time about your channel. I just put the name of her YouTube channel in there too. If y'all haven't been over
Thank
there
you.
and subscribed, she doesn't do these little short marketing videos. She does deep
Oh no.
dives.
This is always with the victims in mind. I do everything
Yes.
for them, justice to understanding, like KJ says. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
anyways, and people have found you too, and I'm so glad. I'm like, oh my god, yeah,
Yeah. Is
So
KJ from Louisiana?
she's from Tennessee.
Tennessee. Okay, I wondered.
Yep.
Because I think I guess it was Larry. He really likes her, right?
He
So
loves KJ and Mr. Wayne.
yeah, yeah.
I mean,
And
It was
So
cool.
I didn't know if they were. I didn't recognize the accent. Like with y'all, I hear the accent. Like
Like,
when Larry's talking, it's like listening to my dad. Like I hear,
right?
the sound. But I didn't with
Yeah.
her, and so I wondered. I thought, I wonder if she's friends with them there. But okay, so she's in Tennessee. Okay.
She drove all the way, down, and I mean, nothing was planned. I don't. This is how me and my family work. I don't put things on them. I don't know where they're at in their grief. They don't know where I'm at.
Yeah,
So KJ and Mr. Wayne came down and brought their camper, and then I just kind of loosely planned a crawfish boil, and then my parents came, and it just came together
had a
naturally,
great
and
time. Yeah.
it was good. And we did a
She
live
is
stream
a
with.
hoot. I have been watching her a long time. She is a smart
Oh
lady.
yeah, I like watching other channels, especially the smaller ones,
Yeah.
because because it's not about the branding. It's not about
Use
the.
that it's
It's just
authentic.
more.
It's authentic
It's
conversation.
authentic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And I it's so important for me to balance and make sure my thinking is in check, and I'm not going wing nut
Yeah.
Jason Mouse style
Yeah.
kamikazes,
Oh, that was
So
very rich that Jason Mao and Melanie Gibb tried to talk crap about the people online that were covering the case. Because you're
right.
just like, really? Are you that short sighted? Really? You're going to
Yeah.
throw shade at
It's
us? Are you noticing what you've been involved in?
their integrity missed them, and
Oh, yeah.
it'll never
Totally.
find them. It'll never find
Absolutely.
them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I pray for them. I really do.
Yeah.
With a Pray, not Prey.
Yes, there you go. Yeah,
But
Melanie Gibbs saying, "Oh, it's just get it. Can you imagine get online and gossip about other people? It's just gross." I'm like, "Okay, we
I
have gone off into La
so
La Land."
I
You're
don't
praying,
follow
you're
me.
lady, you're praying for the death of people. You're praying for the death of people, and you
No,
think
she didn't.
we're strange?
No, no, she did not. She just did her Jesus thing.
Oh,
She
that's
didn't do my
all.
part. She just prayed Jesus.
She
I
just
was
did her
like, okay.
Jesus thing. Yeah, 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 yeah. Because
She
I'm
must
going to tell
be
you
Jesus.
this. I'm going to tell
That's
you
her
this. If
code.
I am at Bible study, if I'm at Bible study and somebody begins to pray for a zombie to die and it happens to be the guy sitting next to me in the pew, I'm going to go, hold on, what are we doing here? Shut up. Don't
I
talk like
want it.
that.
Why? Have they asked, or have I missed it? Because again, I didn't go since last Tuesday, and then I went again Tuesday. I have this thing about see you next Tuesday. No,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
but
Send a
has
message.
anybody heard? Has anybody heard them ask about? Remember how Chad would go and say there's 10, 20,000, 50,000 zombies? Has that come up yet? Because I haven't heard that.
I have not heard it.
Not in the trial.
No, no, no. I know that they were praying, and then they check back to see,
That's yeah.
how many
That's
they
been
killed.
said. Just
Yeah, and
yeah. So
she thinks that us talking about the facts of this case that we're gross, and she's talking about how many
she can
zombies they
kiss my
killed.
ass.
Me too.
She can.
Me too.
My my nephew had so much duct tape around him
Oh
and
my God.
you couldn't even. You're just really just looking at like a hole in the ground, and you don't know what you're looking at. They're saying that's Tylee, and you're like, I,
Yeah,
you don't connect to it at all.
yeah,
You're just
yeah.
like, I don't see her.
Right, right.
They tried to delete that or erase her off of this exhibit. And that girl, she's. I
It
pictured
was.
her
Oh,
in her Jeep with her Jeep top off, and
yep,
she's just driving down the highway, you know, and I just picture her cheeks all a little sunburnt, and her hair
yep.
just flying, music up, and she's my phoenix,
Yeah,
and you rise from the ashes, and she did,
absolutely,
and
absolutely.
I love her. and I see a lot of myself in her with my brother, how I am with my brother. Um, and I'm glad I'm glad that they. If, and I don't want to say I'm glad they're dead. I'm glad that they no longer have to deal with this piece of shit woman
Oh yeah, absolutely.
anymore.
It. I believe that Lori was making her miserable in the end. That
Hmm.
the change between
She
the
did
way
it
she
to,
was.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah.
In
Oh, yeah, I was
Hawaii,
agreeing.
the videos you see of her and the photographs you see of her, she's just beaming. She's just so there's so much vitality and so much happipiness, right? And then you
Yeah,
see the pictures of her in Yellowstone. It's so clear that she was troubled.
something was wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I have some of her sketches from her and Visaya, her best friend, and it was 2016. And some of it's a little like they did a bucket list, and I was like, well, okay, but that's just girls being teenagers, right? I was a damn zombie when I got hormones,
Ooh, yeah.
just saying.
What were some of
But
the things on her bucket list? That is very cool to have. Because
they
that's
never
her
wrote them down.
dreams, you know,
They wrote the rules, but they never wrote down what they were
what they
actually to do.
were. Oh, okay.
And she did. Um, oh, I read it the other night, but if I could, no, I will never find it if I look right now. But basically, um, something about belonging. Let me see if I can find it real quick because now I have to. Yeah, here. Oh wow, that'll never happen again.
Was it like a vision
Er,
board?
Oh no, it was just a sketchbook. And okay, let me get to the front. And she drew a sea turtle too. Um, so I always think about sea turtles every time I see beach bum. I think I think they have a sea turtle as their, and I'm like, oh, oh, here it is. It's not where you came from; it's where you belong. I
Oh,
mean, just that, just and then there's one that I don't really know if this means junior year because it just says junior, and then it says rest in peace. You will be missed. It's very, uh, but it's, and then it looks like she sketched Visaya, which is really, it's she's better than the damn sketch artist. I'll tell you that.
wow.
Way better than the sketch artist. It says cool vibes and loving thoughts. Then here's the sea turtle, and then I think yeah, there's a couple. It's not with me though, but you can see where JJ came and bothered him because he
Yeah,
scribbled all over the pad.
yeah.
But I love finding those things, sentimental like that. And I actually have her priesthood blessing.
Really?
Yeah, I don't have it right here, but
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I do have it, and it's just like what Alex got. It's just like it's about the same. But I might read that because I can't find my uncle Charles, because he would do when they were in Hawaii. He converted, right? And so I guess it would be, I don't know all the terms. She was the president. Uh, she taught young kids, which is scary. And then he did the equivalent. They would call him Mr. Lori. Okay. And the title of his testimony was, I had not yet met a Mormon. And he just, I wish I could freaking find it because I would read that as my victim impact statement. I'll read her priesthood blessing as my victim impact. I'll read it all. She gonna hear me.
That would be very powerful.
I just want them to have their say so. That's all.
Absolutely. 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 Yeah.
It's just tragic. Anyways.
Well, I'm so
Hurrah.
sorry that your family is, that y'all are caught up in this and this happened to the kids and Charles and It's
We
terrible.
appreciate that. We really
Yeah,
do.
it's terrible.
Just
So
it's a cautionary tale now. You
it
know,
has become
they
that.
will
Yeah.
not die, and their deaths will not be in vain.
There you go.
You
There you
know,
go.
um. So, anyways, but
Well,
I'm about to get my ride to the courthouse and scope it out.
we will be
See all the
thinking of you
people.
today, and you guys are in our thoughts and our prayers. And
Thank
I
you.
appreciate. I've really enjoyed
Me,
talking with you today.
me too.
Yeah.
I did too.
Yeah.
We'll have to do it again. This needs to be shared. I mean, even the courtroom experience, it's so different. It's like I even kind of want to sketch out the layout of it so people will understand how
Yeah.
how it the layout of it.
I would love to see that. Maybe you could do a
I
live
know
and kind
won't
of
be pretty or none, but
well, no,
yeah,
just kind of give people an idea of what's happening there.
yeah. I think I'm
Yeah.
gonna schedule a live for tonight, and it's gonna be to shred their testimonies
Good.
because
Good.
I know better.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and it
Um
gives me something to do.
my only request is I don't get home until 7 o'clock. So you are 2 hours
I'm an
behind. Oh,
hour
so I'll be
behind
good.
you.
Yeah, I think you're
Yeah,
2 hours behind me,
I'll
right?
do mine. I usually do them at 6 Central, but I'm over here, so 6 to 7.
Oh no.
I'd say 6 would be well.
Six
Seven's
o'clock your
fine. Seven,
time.
actually, let's do 7 Mountain, so that's 6 Central. No, I'm going the other way. 8 Central, 9 Eastern. That's so late for the Easterners. Feel bad,
Well, I'll
but
just watch it on
I gotta
replay. Yeah.
I gotta compete with Nate Eaton, and then the audio that comes out for the
Those are
day. I ain't gotta
those are
compete,
some
but I'm just
those
like,
are some
damn.
big shoes to fill.
Hmm.
He has been well loved through this thing for sure.
Yeah, he don't really he don't too much give me he don't acknowledge me too much.
Yeah, he's
But I understand why.
well, it
It's because truth. Um, and some people can't handle
yeah,
the truth.
that yeah. And so my hometown where I'm from, um I think we've got a Episcopalian church, we have two Methodist churches, and there's a Baptist church. That's the bigger town. That's about 11 miles. My hometown, there's just a tiny little Methodist church. It's been there for like 300 years. But there's another town up closer. When we go to the big city, we either go to Ruston or Minden. Those are the big cities. So that
Oh
tells you where I'm.
wow.
Yeah, that tells you where I'm from. I'm
Yeah.
from a little tiny place, but um,
That's the wait, you're talking about Louisiana,
yeah, I'm from
right?
Louisiana. I'm from
Okay.
Louisiana.
I was
Yeah,
like, but you
I
don't
got
sound
my
like you're from
doctorate
that side of the
degree.
state.
Well, I got my doctorate degree from Louisiana Tech, and
Hmm.
so yeah, my son went to school at Louisiana School of Math, Science, and Arts in Alexandria.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so one of my dear friends was from Lake Charles. She was in my PhD
Oh
program
wow.
with me. Yeah,
Lake Charles.
you probably know that you probably know of them, or I'm sure that Larry and Kay probably know because of the family, but I don't want to say it,
Right.
out on my
Oh
channel.
yeah, no,
But
dox
yeah,
them, dox them.
yeah,
That's
I
what my
know, I
dad
know.
was when I started this. I was like, what is that? Okay.
I know
Yeah.
this whole YouTube thing is a grand new adventure you never anticipated, right?
It's a learning curve. Oh, and oh yeah, I gotta accept a surviving the survivor. They asked me to be on Monday, and
Oh, that's
actually, I
amazing.
want to be on Monday because they got it all wrong.
That
I'm
well, and
like,
let me tell you
yes,
this. So the guy that does it, I believe, I could be wrong, but just,
Joel.
yeah.
Yeah.
His brother is a FBI Navy SEAL guy who's
Okay.
always on. He's always
Nice.
going on like Fox News. Uh, it's Jonathan, isn't it?
I
The
have no
guy.
idea.
So is it
Oh,
Mike?
oh, Joel is his name. I don't really.
Yes.
This is a newer channel for me. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
So I
okay.
think I think Joel is the guy that does the actual channel. I think his
Yeah.
brother. Maybe I'm wrong about that. For some reason, I thought that Jonathan Gilliam was his brother, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I am
I know who you're talking
mistaken.
about. I
Maybe
have a
I'm mistaken
cousin, my
about
aunt
that.
Melanie, my aunt Melanie.
Uh huh.
Okay, so all Melanies are crazy, right? Well, she's a crazy coon. So okay, and so my step cousin Jared, he's an expert. He's CIA. He's expert.
That's cool.
He does expert testimonies for what do you call it? Forensic phone for self forensics. I'm like, oh my god,
That's fun. Yeah.
yeah.
That's one of that's one of the cool things about this case with JJ and Tylee. It's very cool that they could take the phone records, the satellite, and they could put Alex and Chad right there together. That
Just
so
like
that
Dylan Rounds, just
right?
like all these
It's
things.
great.
Just like
It's great.
don't even try murder. Don't murder. You're not gonna get away with it.
Not in this day and age between
You see
DNA and
how?
the satellite
Yes,
stuff. Yeah.
they're
That's what's
solving
gonna
cold cases left and right now, and I love it.
that is one of the
I
things
love it.
that's gonna catch Barry Morphew. They have all of the truck telematics, the cell phone stuff. They're gonna get him. I have
You
full
don't
faith they're
realize
gonna
how
get him.
many things have Bluetooth in them. And Lori
That's
had
right.
Kylie's AirPods at one point. I was like, "Oh, you done?"
Yeah.
I mean, it's those little things, and because she was not tech savvy, and because
Yep.
she's a damn devil, um,
Yep.
you know, she's not a good Satan. Chad ain't
That was
either.
it. Wasn't that a strange comment to make? Ugh.
Yeah, I was
Yuck.
like, that's an
Yuck.
oxymoron for
Sure
real.
is. Yeah, absolutely. But
If he's a
so
Satan, he
for
sure is
them
a good one.
for them to be such, oh, we're so religious and we're so pious, and then you're flippantly referring to, supposedly your lover or your husband or whatever
That
as a
they're cheating,
Satan.
both cheating.
Yeah, not to mention,
Mm-mm.
ugh, ugh, But I did
Melanie Gibb is gross.
the one thing Melanie Gibbs said that I had to go, okay, maybe she's okay, was when she said, "Oh, honey, you have a lot of cardinal."
To me, I was like, yeah, she gossiped.
Yeah. Oh, she is a huge gossip. Yeah. That
Oh
recorded
God, yeah,
phone call with the friend was terrible.
awkward.
Yes.
She is
Yes.
awkward though. She showed up with a damn fishing hat. I'm talking, and a damn dress thingy on, and then had like a plaid shirt tied.
That
Oh,
that was on the
you are.
stand?
No, she walked into the courthouse like that. There's footage of it. I think Nate Eaton might have it, or Justin Lump, one of them. Somebody does.
She was wearing a
A
fishing hat with a dress?
a, khaki. It was a brim all the way around the
Yeah.
hat, and I was like, "You are not that
Like a
important, girl.
like a
You might
toddler.
want to wear. You might want to borrow your friend's freaking uh, bulletproof vest. That's what I'd be doing.
Yeah, I don't forget
Just
about people
extra
recognizing
common
you.
sense.
Yeah.
More common
Yeah.
sense. It ain't so common. It just ain't. It's not. It's the truth.
Yeah, she's
Anyways,
pretty cringy, but a lot of that could be
yeah,
hiding something a lot more disturbing.
I think
I
it is because she is.
I
So I
just do
think
my Jesus stuff.
I'm not even gonna say allegedly. She's hiding some stuff.
Oh
Her and
yeah.
well, Zelda says.
Oh, I love
I forgot
Zelda.
what she calls, but I call him War Dick. So that's what I call David Warwick.
War, Warlock or
She calls
Warwick
him
or
David
Wardick.
Warlock.
Yeah, yeah,
And I
yeah.
call him War Dick.
Wardick.
Because Lord.
All I gotta say,
Anyway,
I call him Scared Puppy because he was freaking out up on that stand.
Well, you shouldn't be doing shady shit.
There
That's
you
all I'm
go.
saying.
And
And I would
how
say,
about that? How about okay? One more thing. I know you got to go, but to me, this just is everything. Um. Okay, so David wakes up and he's having a bad dream, and so I go to get Lori.
that
What?
I don't believe in her junk. I only pray. My part's Jesus. I just do my Jesus thing, I, and I don't believe in their stuff. Not 100%. You don't truly believe in a. I got a whole shit,
Crazy!
girl.
Isn't that
It
crazy?
makes no damn sense.
I
This guy
can't
is
even.
known. I have his dreams and visions talk. Okay, this is what he
Yeah,
does.
yeah.
So
No. What else
why
was
is
it?
somebody else?
Tell the truth. What was it that got David Warwick so afraid that night? What happened? What'd y'all do that he got him so freaked out? Absolutely.
God,
I believe it. I believe it.
real God,
Yep. He
capital
said,
God.
holy hell, what have we done? That's exactly
I don't
what
think it
happened.
was that night he saw it. I think it was after that. And he was like, oh shit, Melanie, sit down. I got to tell you how to, you better call the cops, girl.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, like for
They
real.
covered
And
their
then
ass, didn't
that's
they?
what they're using. They're using the women
Yep.
to, me,
Yep.
and their little mouse, they need some mouse ears, mouseketeers,
Yep.
whatever. I mean, none of them have a backbone. Uh, none of them. None of them.
So cheated
I
no
don't know how
more.
they survive.
Cheated
Huh?
no more. I don't. I think it's possible he did have a dream or he had a foreboding because he knew what they were going to do the next day or what they
Oh
did that
yeah,
night.
he never did have a damn dream, in
Yeah,
my
I
opinion.
think
And I don't
I
want to
think he
hear the
had a
podcast.
real. No, I think he had a real panic attack because of JJ. What the reality of what they did, right?
I don't trust what Melanie Gibbs says because I, I really
She
don't. I
lied.
think that's just a made up story
No,
because she
no.
says she was in JJ or Tylee's room, then he's in JJ's room, and um, yet she's in his room in the middle of the night because she's a
Yeah.
well,
But
a
on the
liar.
stand she admitted to sleeping with David, right?
Yeah.
She didn't during the preliminary, but now during the trial, now suddenly, okay, I admit it.
I feel like she admitted more in the preliminary hearing than she did on this one. You know, it just seemed like I don't know. They just didn't go as into it. They
So,
haven't. They didn't have a John Farrar there, or
right?
he was there, but he wasn't. Whatever,
Yeah.
whatever it's called. What is it?
But
Cross examine.
yes, well, yeah. Yeah. I think they just say cross, but it means they get a cross examination, but I think people just say okay,
Yeah,
on cross, blah blah blah.
direct
Yeah.
and
Yes.
my Twitter handle is Kresha, which is Kresha, and then Kay, Kresha K.
Kresha.
Rosie, Rosie.
Okay, it's Kresha.
Yes, Kay.
Okay, okay. That's what I thought.
My mom named me. It's her fault. I'm like,
It's
really?
cute. I love it. It's cute. All right. You got to get ready for court.
Yeah, I gotta run downstairs, grab some clothes, and hurry up and catch my ride.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
I'll touch base with you guys soon. Thank y'all so much.
absolutely. Thank
Thanks for
you.
listening
I
to me
appreciate
rant.
it. Yeah, I'll
All
be checking
right,
in on your tweets today, okay?
I'll do my best. I gotta keep my phone charged.
There
All
you go.
right, we'll
All
be
right.
good or be good at it.
There you go. There you go. All right. I'll talk with you another day.
All righty.
Bye-bye. All right, everybody. Well, that turned out to be a really fun conversation. That was an unexpected surprise, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Very long. We've been doing this for 4 hours. So, those of you that have been here throughout the whole thing, thank you. Hey, Zelda. Hi, Blonde PT. I believe that both knew what happened that night and have been CAYing ever since. Yeah, they were definitely led down a path to just paved with lies, right? So, that set up with the whole recording the phone call with Lori, that was, protection, I think. I think Crush is right about that. So sad. DB, was it hard? What happened? I don't see what happened with DB. What happened? Hey, Rousey. Vicky Carpenter, welcome. I don't see. Hi, Jack. Oh, I said hi to Jax earlier. Language of horses. I knew I didn't say hello yet to you. Where? I don't see it, DB. I hope everything's okay. Hi, Fine Summer's Truth. Daisy Sunshine, welcome. He was handsome but lost his hair. I always looked much younger. Hi, Paper Dolly. Hi, Mel Mac. That's gone back a couple of hours there. Okay. Hi, Lavina Cordelia. Welcome, Lavina. All right. So it was I had a good time, Mel Mac. Yeah. Crush is a very interesting person. I could listen to her ideas all day long. I'm going to change the title of this live. Probably going to put it over in the members only because it is a 4-hour, long thing. I do want to have this conversation about the Daybell part of this prosecution. And I'm referring to Tammy Daybell. Thank you, Day Trupper. I appreciate you being here. You've been here all morning, the whole time, I think. So thank you so much. I think it's a good conversation to have in terms of, are there going to be people that present information related to Tammy specifically? We know that her children are not at the trial. And that seems so foreign to me. It seems so foreign to me that they would not be there. And this is a trial for her justice as well as the justice for JJ and Tylee. And Charles will be in Arizona. But this is Tammy's day as well. So I really hope her children, out of 5 children, wouldn't you hope one of those kids would be there for their mom? It's very strange. It's very, very uncomfortable. So, oh, well, I can wait, Rousey, if you want to go back and watch from the beginning. I think I had about an hour, maybe not that long, maybe an hour. I think I had at the beginning about an hour where it was just me, and then, serendipitously Cresha joined and we had a great conversation. So, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to leave it up all day if you want to go back and listen. That's fine. Yeah, it is odd, and I hope that they do have some witnesses. I will say this. So Tammy's mom and dad are elderly, and they had, oh my gosh, DB. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh wow, I just got your, okay. I'm so sorry, DB. So difficult. I hope that if the drunk driver survived, I hope they prosecute them for manslaughter. So sorry. Gosh. Terrible. Yeah, so if prayers for DB. Her husband was killed. Do not drink and drive. People, don't do it. Don't take pharmaceutical medications that make you sleepy and then drive. Don't do it. It's so just don't do it. Ugh. If you're sleepy, if you don't get enough sleep, don't drive. That car is a lethal weapon. Ugh. The Daybell family keeps appearances no matter what, defying all logic, denying their mother. Can't imagine. I can't imagine either, Blonde PT. And if they think they're keeping appearances, it's the wrong appearance. Those kids are looking really bad not being there to support their mother. That's the truth. Now, Tammy's mom and dad are quite elderly. She was a late child, and so I think they're in their 80s. They asked the judge if they could somehow get a connection in their home so that they could hear the trial, and Judge Boyce denied them. I'm telling you, I don't have warm fuzzies for Judge Boyce. And I've grown a profound disliking for Mr. Mr. Archibald, because I think he's petty. I think some of the questions that he asked Colby were completely uncalled for. And I think that the dig at Kay and Larry was 100% wrong. And I think he's not a nice person. I really don't. Me too, cheated no more. Same. Hey, Shalimar, welcome. Good morning. I have pulled over twice to sleep on my way home this morning. Yeah, be careful. Especially now, you're right in the middle of the dang traffic, aren't you? Houston traffic, you guys, is like no other. Maybe LA. LA's got horrible traffic too. But man, once you get inside the Beltway and it's morning traffic, it's awful. So be safe, Martian planet. Some really crummy, demeaning questions toward Colby. And I know sometimes they have to ask these hard questions of witnesses, but the questions that were asked of him were unnecessary. They had nothing to do with Lori Vallow. It was gross. I think Archibald is not a nice person. Yep. He is hurting victims and does not. No, and that's another thing, Zelda. I think that when Archibald asked those questions of Colby, and they're unrelated to the crime and all that, I think that's alienating the jury. You think the jury didn't sit there and go, wait, that was uncalled for. Why do you need to know that? Yep. You left at 5 a.m.? Okay, you're home now. Good. Yeah. Oh, worked all night, huh? You got to be careful, too. I'm getting scared of Houston, Shalimar. I'm getting really scared of Houston. People have gone nuts. Crazy. Lori blasted Archibald and Lori Hellis. Is that what you're talking about, Kathy? She should have blasted them, both of them. Yeah, good for her. Good for her. That was so petty to talk to her like she's a small child. Oh, give me your phone, prove you didn't take a photograph. Horrible. Like she's a child. She's a grown woman, educated, and no, it's silly. Very silly. The jury is basically younger people. Those comments are working against the defense team. They look bad. I agree, Zelda. I agree. Judge Boyce definitely has it out for Lori H. How dare she challenge him? I am like, more power to you, sister. Get him. Yeah, I don't like Boyce. 9 to 5 on the north side. North side's not as bad. The west side and the south side are terrifying. North side's pretty good. There's a couple of shady places, but it's pretty good. Oh yeah, Lori Hellis can hold her own. Absolutely. Yeah. And they don't, Boyce doesn't like that. She's not being a good girl, is she? She's not talking in the proper soft voice and yeah. All right, guys. Well, y'all are awesome. Y'all are troopers. You've been here for 4 hours. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. I need to get ready, take a shower, and get ready to work. I hope so too, Zelda. Yeah, let me get Lori Hellis's channel, and I'll put the link up in case you guys haven't listened to her yet. I can't remember the name of her channel is Children of Darkness and Light, which I thought was a really good play on the whole zombie, Daybell crap. Here is a link to Lori Hellis's channel. Paste. And yeah, she's very interesting. She's a trained attorney, and she's very intelligent and sweet, and interesting to listen to. So she's a wealth of information. So if you haven't been to her channel, that's a good one right there. It's a good one. I would be in constant panic attack mode driving in Houston. Yeah, I don't get. I'm accustomed to, like, I go down to the medical center and downtown all the time. I don't care too much about the traffic in that sense, but I think there's a lot of people. There's a lot of drive-by shootings. There's people that are randomly shooting at cars, and it's just people have just gotten crazy. Oh yeah, she wrote a book. Yep. Was a prosecutor in Oregon. Talk about Lori Hellis. Whew, sleepy. All right. She is. She's great. Very educated. Absolutely, Jax. She's a good listen. All right. Full moon driving gets crazy where I am. Yeah, the full moon always brings it out. Working in the ER, full moon night, ooh, it gets crazy in the emergency room. Lots of crazy things happening during the full moon. Yeah. Of course, Rousey. Yeah, she's good. She's a good channel if you're following the Lori Vallow stuff. She's a good channel. Remember, Kresha is going to do a live tonight. She's going to go through some of Tylee's writings and drawings, which is going to be really interesting. Please go over and support her channel, Difficult Research. Can somebody put the link up for Kresha's channel? She says I think she said she's going to start at 6 Central, 7 Eastern. So I won't get in until 7 o'clock tonight. So I'll have to come in and then, watch it from the beginning. So I won't get to see it live, but y'all can be there live. Have the perfect solution for bad gangs. Load up buses with old people armed with belts and do drive-by spankings. Did you see those kids in Chicago, Zelda? Talk about some kids that need some spankings. Woo! That's a whole bunch of kids that needed some spankings. It's bad kids. Thank you, DB. I hope that you find some peace and have a restful day. I'm really sorry to hear about what you're going through. And I'm not sure the time frame for when this happened, but you never get used to it. Lives with you every day. So I'm really sorry that happened to your family. Thank y'all. Thank you, Zelda. Thank you, Shalimar. That is Kresha's channel links that they just put up. So if you want to hear about, Tylee, she's going to do a live tonight at 6 Central. And I hope that you guys will be there. I hope you'll be there. All right. I am fixing to go and, put my makeup on and do that thing we do. And I appreciate y'all for, being here for so long. I appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed, I hope you will. Please share the video with your social media. Let other people find the information. And I'm going to change the title of this video. And other than that, I think we're done. I hope you guys have a wonderful Thursday. See you later.